Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Omega Strikers Amateur Series. We're at the end of the sixth season. I was about to say we're on the sixth season, but it's about to be over. I'm here with Flop, and we're gonna see two animal-style teams, or maybe one with a name that involves a named play. Anyway, Bongoni versus Munchies here. Flop, got any things to say?
I do not. I'm not familiar with really either of these teams. I'm familiar with the players, but in terms of like the actual teams, I haven't really been keeping up this season. I am excited to see it. I think Animal Style is kind of like a Chikara sort of thing, where they do offer a lot of like coaching and like a pretty chill place. So I'm pretty confident both the teams are going to be pretty good, and they're friends. I think I'd assume they're friends. So they come from like the same like org. So I think it'll be fun. You know, even if they might have like inside scoops, you know, we might see like stuff like try to be counterpicked. I don't know. It could be a fun little game to start off the day.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Both these teams have been extremely successful in the group stage. They both finished top of the group, I believe. Both undefeated, quite dominant, but one more dominant than the other. The Munchies went 15-0 in sets, while Bongoni only went 13-4. Well, they weren't undefeated either. They were 4-1. Anyway, so the Munchies on a very good run so far this OSAS, with the potential to do one of the most dominant runs of all time. And we've had a streak of pretty dominant OSAS teams, so it will definitely be quite interesting to watch as we're going to load into game on Night Market here.
Yeah, we are looking at, I believe that was a Jedi Monday start, is what I think. The
Siege. If you keep like the stream open, there's like a graphic and it's kind of crazy.
It hasn't updated yet for me.
Oh.
I'm living in the past, I guess.
What?
Oh, I see it. Never mind. All good. Never mind. I just didn't see it. Yeah. So Deadeye Siege Machine, I imagine we'll probably see some damage characters. Maybe the Estelle, which is current. Oh, I'm just kidding. It's already picked.
Yeah, it's already on the. Wow, the wonders of modern technology.
Yeah. Wow. We live in a world. So it looks like the Deadeye is really not coming out into play too much. We do have a Luna pick, which is notoriously good. I'm going to assume that's the Luna goalie, probably running the eject. For red side here, Animal Munchies. And blue side's kind of walking a more standard-ish comp. So you're more standard, you know, you have the Dubu to hold it down, and then you have the Kai and the Asher kind of doing what they want to do, just stuff the barriers. And that's very effective against this Luna pick, who does not have the defensive abilities, the defensive tools that you need in order to actually survive that offense. So I think it's really going to come down to whether or not we can keep the ball out of our Luna's half of the field.
Yeah, and that's a big factor. There have been Luna goalies, a lot of Luna goalies in OSAS so far, and a big factor has been whether that Luna can be played around defensively. The offensive pressure has always been there, so we'll have to see if Jackie Chance can do it, and this Animal Munchies roster has been looking good, so there's a good chance they're the ones who can, but AJ Cannon's looking pretty solid here with the Siege Machine Dubu. Quite a solid pick on this map on Night Market. You just wall off the side and you don't have to worry about the defense at all.
We got some beautiful dribbling coming out from Blades Valor here to get that ball up, and like that's the problem, is that Mikasa and Mudflap have to apply this pressure to Blades. Anytime he gets this ball, it's going to be dangerous. And they're just going to lose, but they are handling it pretty well. It's not getting to Blades very often. Well, this could be in, though. This is scary. Core flip, and it's in. Okay.
Yep, just a solid performance from Blades Valor, who's been very good on these scoring brawlers recently. And, yeah.
Got some bongo drums coming out from whatever, I think they're the Mako drums? I'm not sure, but
they're the Bongoni Brawlers.
Bongoni Brawlers. What a name. I'm down. And Jackie using this eject pretty well, you know, get some self passes. It's kind of what you need to do when you're lacking this defense. Of course, with the side of Mudflap, they're not going to plan. But when you're lacking this defense, you kind of have to find a way to just get it around this Asher by yourself sometimes. Jackie seems comfortable doing that.
Yeah, but Sage is coming in from the bottom side, just getting in there. And that's the problem, right? The speed in the midfield is something you have to deal with. And Mudflap and Mikasa, of course, X-era composition that can scale as the game goes on. But right now, they're going to need to do a little bit of scaling. But wait a second. Jackie gets in there and both barriers are gone. And the scoring pressure has already begun, especially with the flip available. The midfield control as well to Mudflap, but good save by AJ Cannon with the log and the strike shot earlier as well. And Bongoni holds on just somehow.
Mikasa seems holy insta flip. Luna might be a little excited. All good. It's not going to lead to anything, but we do get the ball up. And Mikasa's looking really good. This is really good. You have your Kai stagger. Mudflap could put it in. Oh, that's unfortunate. You hate to see that. Sword angle not quite landing the way you want it to.
Yeah, but all good, all good. It's still 1-1 early on. But if you're the side of Bongoni, you really want to win this first set. You do not want that X-Era getting something quickly on a map like Night Market where they're so solid on. Something like any other damage here, but Blades Valor doesn't care, doesn't need anything. It just gets in there and with the Asher kit is taking the barriers. The core sent forward, but Jackie clears it away to the other side, but the other side is just blocked off. And this Siege Machine Dubu to Blades Valor with the cross up, mixing up Jackie, who dives to the bottom side. It's 2-1, and it's Bongoni looking very good.
Bongoni is looking very, very strong. They are sort of in control right now. I think it might be a little bit of just character strength, because I think Mikasa seems very comfortable dealing with it. He do great strike work by Jackie Chan to clear that. I think this is out. We have the Aeronado coming down to push back. We might get the flip from Dubu, and we will. But Mikasa and Jackie Chan feel really comfortable just letting this ball be on their side. I say that, but full fair like that. It happens. Nice trade.
Yeah, happens to the best of us, and Mudflap's in there, but AJ Cannon finds a save, but the top side is covered by Jackie, who just gets in there once again with the boost, and it's 2-2, an incredibly close game between these teams here on the winner's side.
It is very close. I think we need to pay attention. Jackie doesn't have any cooldowns. We don't have the NATO. We don't have a lot of stuff. We really only have X cooldowns. We do have a flip and some beautiful dribbles to get it around Blades, taking that first barrier. Could be another one, too.
Good save, though, by AJ, and Blades Valor's on the other side playing a little bit of offense, but as the strike shot goes wide, Blades is going to have to win some midfield strike wars to keep it going, and does so. Keeps it in the corner and avoids the sweet spot of the bell ringer, but a great NATO baited into the corner by Mikasa, and that's the brawler going down. That's the barrier not going down yet, but finally falling as two teammates of AJ Cannon are dead as well. The passing plays a mix up to the top side. That one felt a little awkward. I feel like AJ could have reacted to that one, but all good. And it is Munchies who hold on and win a critical first set as X-Era. They're going to get a lot here.
Yeah, they are. We got the spec training, we have the Stinger, heavy impact, Monu. I mean, even Orb Dancer. We've seen a lot of brawlers take Orb Dancer recently because you can just pressure the goalie. He's opted into spec training. That's also perfectly fine. That's good. Your dash punches on your ult's going to be like really far. You can kind of just push the goalie out of the way. Monu for Era as well is huge. We already seen the NATO kill come in, and Monu just makes that seem significantly worse. Stinger's going to come out for Luna. And then for the side of Bongoni, you don't really have too much. You got aerials on your Kai, which is okay. It's good. At peak performance will help your Asher survive a bit, but that's a really rough draft. Bongoni.
Yeah, Mudflap and Mikasa gonna have way more presence here, but Mudflap taken low, but so is Sage. No meter to work with as well, while Mudflap has that one elusive to work with. And now Sage is being chased down a little bit. One more hit and they are staggered, but Mudflap going for the strike. We're going for the win here, and the Bull Rush will go a little wide as a good Giga Blast from Sage will take the barrier. Going to be solid in the midfield here, and Mudflap continuing the match, but Blades Valor finally gets the core, pushes forward and converts into a barrier instantly. Blades Valor looking incredibly good here as Mikasa and Mudflap, though, with a passing play top side. Almost a strike shot, but AJ Cannon can't quite reach it, and that's another goal for the Munchies.
Yeah, what a beautiful, like, you bait the roll and you send it back to your midfielder, and they just, it's impossible. It's too hard. You can't get back in time. You know, Dubu just doesn't have that mobility you need. Very well punished by the accidental Dubu roll, the steppy roll, if you will.
Oh no, and an accidental barrier take as well as Mudflap capitalizing on some mispositioning there from Sage, hugging the wall a little too closely. That's a barrier going down, that's a striker advantage, but Blades Valor will outplay in the midfield regardless. Overextension from Jackie Chance is immediately punished as Mudflap goes in for the barrier, though. A great setup, drifting it up, and a weird night market angle is a little bit scary, but the Munchies recover as Mudflap goes in, wins the strike war afterwards. AJ Cannon caught locking a little too forward, and another point for the Munchies.
This X is a little difficult to deal with whenever he's got the Era speed. We're seeing a lot of these plays be possible because Era hits secondary, and suddenly the X can position how he wants. He can get in place for that dash easier. You can get in place for bell ringer easier. It just makes everything so hard to deal with. Oh, the flip. I don't really know if it was needed, but I'm down. And this could be a kill on Mikasa if we're not careful. I think she's fine, but...
Mudflap though with a flip and a Jackie Chance with the KO. Mudflap converting as well immediately afterwards. The Munchies looking to dominate now. They got a little bit of scaling. They're really on the board here, and especially because it was a starting awakening Deadeye, right? That Luna was scaled from the very first second of the game, and now it's looking a little doomed as stacks on stacks on this X will just end the game pretty much.
Stacks on stack will end it. That's what we're going to see. Stacks is very strong. Dubu does have some options. Cast Blast is going to help a little bit. You roll, you hit the stun. This X is getting really big and getting kind of fast. And also this Luna is going to pick up some damage, either in the case of Bulk Up or Prize Fighter. The only real upside, these drafts just are not looking good for Bongoni. You have the Hot Shot and you have the Reptile Remedy to maybe survive a little bit more. But at a certain point, they'll just stop killing you and start trying to kill your Kot, who also struggles into these comps.
Yeah, and Sage has been KO'd quite a few times this game, it feels like. Not just to the damage, but also to the knockback because of some mispositioning, and Munchies are capitalizing on that incredibly well, as Mikasa and Mudflap with the passing plays are good as well, but a good save by Sage will prevent the berry from going down for a moment, but AJ Cannon, in a moment of panic, hits it right into the X. And the Munchies continue as a good clear by Jackie Chance this time. Blades Valor is not allowed to take the barrier. And once again, they're pushing up. A good rocket hit stun to get Blades Valor away. And the Munchies continue their advantage. A KO found from all the way across the map. Mudflap with the flip to the top side. This first game, the Munchies are looking a little unstoppable. They got the scaling, they got the plays, and Bongoni just doesn't have an answer right now.
They do seem very, very strong. They seem really in control. Even if, I mean, you're in such a good spot. You're up 2 sets as Era X, you know, and Luna only gets stronger with them. Oh, I thought Mudflap might be dead there, but they're actually okay. These dashes coming in, just offering the extra support is really hard to outclear. You have to just perma-clear into these guys.
Yeah, and Mikasa now with flip available. That Sage being sent off, no meter left to dodge, I believe, there. And now with the striker advantage, they're just taking it slow, sending it forward around Blades Valor, abusing the lack of mobility on the Asher, and Mudflap just sends it forward for another clean goal from the Munchies. It's systematic. They have enough power in their kits and the Awakenings at this point where they can, it just feels like checkmate.
Yeah, you have to almost play perfectly. You can't die, and it's very hard. You can't take any hits at all if you want to like survive this. We have a flip to the side of Jackie to blow this up if we need. This is looking really bad. Already a barrier down, not even 10 seconds in. Yeah,
and then they're just pushing forward. They're looking to close out this first game in record pace, but a good pat splitter by Blades Valor will continue the offense, and Blades Valor's been basically solo on the offense because Sage has had to help out AJ Cannon because of how powerful Mudflap and Mikasa are, but Blades got 2 barriers there, creating an opportunity, but can they even get it to the other side before this goal goes in? It's saved away, but it goes right back to Mudflap. The possession is kept by Mikasa and Mudflap, and they just can't get it out of there finally. It's sent to the other side, but that was incredibly scary.
Yeah, that is very scary, and this could be scary for them. They've got it out with the dash, I believe. Yeah, it's over the wall. They're safe for now, but as soon as this wall foot comes down, you have to be worried about Munchies. The tempo's just right back in their hands. Back into the corner.
Rolls to save it away, and Blades Valor stunned by the Crater. Sage and Mudflap, but Mudflap wins the strike war. Another chance given by AJ Cannon, but Mikasa's matching in the midfield. Awkward spot, but they layered their strikes properly to get it out of there, and Mudflap just dribbling forward, a flip to the other side, but Mikasa's there to cover. It's just the team synergy difference in this first game. The Munchies looking like a well-oiled unit, while Bongoni's just scattered all over the map.
Yeah, Era X definitely can do that. It becomes really hard, especially with just how powerful I think Era is on night market. And NATO eats up a lot of space, even without Monu. And then the gate control makes it really hard for other midfielders. And on top of it, like, just not a lot of other midfielders can deal with X being on top of them. You have to really know, like, the matchups, I think. Like, you have to know how to survive, specifically X. And that's not even including the Luna. That's just the X that's going to be, like, passively whittling you down until he can eventually just kill you.
Yeah, a lot to worry about. That first game went by a little quick, and we're going to get right into the next one, Flop. next map is Taiko Temple. Any thoughts on that one?
That seems like another Era X map. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a similar comp coming out from Munchies. They seemed very comfortable piloting this. Maybe a defensive goalie instead of the Luna, because it is Taiko. But I don't know, maybe Bongoni tries to ban the Era. Maybe they pick the Era, ban the X, something along those lines. I just don't think you can let the Era X fall into their hands again on a map like Oniville or Taiko Temple. It favors them too heavily, and they seem too well piloting comp.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Taiko Temple, the sides will be swapped here, I believe. In Flop, do you think that the draft strategy will change? Do you think that the X will be taken away or banned or anything like that? Because it seems like they had a lot of trouble dealing with it, especially when those passing plays came through with the X Maximus.
I believe we could see it. We could also see it be picked, because we had the Asher as like the sort of the X for Bongoni, which kind of worked similar. But actually looking at it, they had first pick and they chose the X, or they chose the Asher. So maybe they aren't comfortable. I would expect to see the ban if they're not comfortable with it. Because it does seem very, very strong, and on a map like Taiko where he wants it in the corner and he's going to kill you anyways, that's really something you don't want them to have. But also, if you take the Era or ban the Era, I think you can leave it open. I don't think he's as scary. I think the Era really makes a lot of what X is right now, and without it, without the kittens to companion him, he's not nearly as a threat.
Yeah, we'll have to see as the draft picks will come through on your screen now. The Animal Style Civil War, really progressing here, but the most important pick I'm looking out for, especially on a map like Taiko Temple, is that signature Dubu forward from Blades Valor that we've seen quite a few times in OSAS. It has always looked pretty solid, and I think that I'm just looking forward to seeing it if it does manage to appear here. Taiko Temple is a great map for it after all.
It is very good. The wall brings a lot of value. The log brings a lot of value. Even secondary. A lot of his kit gets so much value when you take it to these corners, and as long as you can survive, which you should be okay, I think. Munchies doesn't seem like the kind of team to.
But Munchies just denied it. Munchies just took away the Dubu. No fun allowed.
I see. Is that I'm going to assume that's a Dubu goalie?
Yeah.
For Jackie, right?
Yeah.
Probably. It could be something else, but with the Asher ban, I think you kind of just want that lock it down goalie. So I'm a little interested to see what the comp ends up being here.
Yeah, they pick up Mako. I feel like you have to pick X here, right? Oh, they pick Julie? I feel like that's just leaving you susceptible to them running it back. That if they lock a Era X here, isn't that kind of crazy? If they just go Era X Dubu and just say that we can just, yeah. I don't know. I feel like they misplayed this draft heavily just to give Blades Valor Julie. I think you have to look out for the other team in these situations, especially in OSAS.
Yeah, Julie's not really a character you pick to deal with the Era X. Era kind of makes Julie's life like miserable. You don't get a lot of value. You're like perma shrunk. You have no way of dodging it. X just runs you over. You have no way of getting away from the X without some way. Maybe it's changed since I don't think Julie got a speed nerf right with the stats. But I don't think, even if they did, I still think the X just runs Julie over and does whatever he wants. And you have no real way of fighting back. Maybe the Mako can kind of supplement it, but I don't know. I think it's really going to come down to whether or not we can find the Julie dash punch kills that we need. But I don't know how you do that with Era on the board.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Bongoni to win this one. I mean, we've seen them win tough games before, but this is the Munchies. This is the favorite. This OSAS finale, and it's gonna take a lot more. This draft is not doing them any favors. I think big blunders coming through. It is just yikes. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be really difficult, and I think that the limited character pools play a lot of part here. Falling back onto Drakkar for the midfield, I don't know, a lot of this just feels like they're limiting themselves because of their limited character pools, and the synergy is not quite there.
Yeah, I think this the Era X comp, you can kind of do this anywhere, and they seem very comfortable on it. But I definitely do agree that while I think comfort pick is something that matters a lot, being comfortable on your Julie, on your Drakkar, that's great and all. But whenever it comes down to comfort versus comfort plus what is widely considered a meta comp, I think the Era X comes out on top. And I'm even besides the fact that I just don't think Drakkar is in a good spot right now.
And
I think he's okay.
Drakkar is 0% presence in a North American Strikers League for a reason.
Yeah, I'm not familiar. Maybe if it was like a missile prop strike, but we're seeing quick strikes along the board for everybody except Jackie, who's picked up the Orb Dancer. That could be rough. Not having quick strikes to deal with the corner stuff seems a little odd. It seems a little difficult. First barrier already dropped from the side of Monkeys.
Oh, and Blades Valor gets in there, and that's the win condition, right? The Blades Valor 1v5 is the win condition here in the corner, trying to get it past Jackie in the 1v1, especially, like you mentioned, the quick strikes difference might be the difference here if Blades can scale early, and a Strike War win just popping in the corner, 2 barriers down, and if AJ can get away and save this barrier somehow, it does manage to do so, and if Sage can somehow find a strike, a singular strike, but no, it is still the Munchies getting in there, and Blades Valor, though, on the other side, will exploit the hole in the Tofu Fortress. We'll get in there. It really comes down to these early sets. Bongoni need the individual outplays from Blades Valor.
Yeah, Blade played that really well, realizing that Mickey Chance... Oh, he's dead!
Well, with Blades out of the equation, now it's a bit of a struggle as a missed Strike War will lead to one barrier going down. The second saved away by a strike shot and saved away by the secondary. Well played from AJ Cannon on the defense here. Down to Mikasa though, and the Munchies are playing this really patiently. Mudflap taking a lot of chip damage, but still pressuring the corner and moving around quite well to block off a lot of the angles coming out from Bongoni as Jackie Chance pushes up as well to Mudflap, bottom side, and Mikasa just there. A bit of a missed pass, but they're still maintaining possession, which is really what matters here.
Yeah, we have both flips coming out from the side of Mikasa and Jackie, and Mudflap in the corner here with the X Maximus could put this in. I think it's cleared. It's going to be on the side. Oh, I lied. It's right back in possession. Jackie seems really confident. Oh, the Arenado.
Yeah,
you don't like that.
That's the problem with both the Drakkar and how Sage is playing, unfortunately, if you're this deep in OSAS. Like, people say, oh, it's just OSAS. But this deep into OSAS, these are some serious games, and if you can't keep up in the midfield versus Mikasa, like, it is just so difficult for Blades Valor to solo play versus Era X and Dubu. The solo outplay requirement is so difficult because Sage is permanently in the top right corner of the map, helping out AJ Cannon. So Blades Valor somehow trying to find something, but like, it's just so impossible in this matchup.
Yeah, flip in the corner. Oh, bit of an early strike. Still a lot of damage. Pass being, yeah. So Blades Valor could take this barrier here.
AJ finds the primary, doesn't let in the goal yet. Good saves coming out. As Sage now in the midfield trying to stop the flip from getting past, but it gets to Mudflap. A good strike shot will send it away. And AJ Cannon will use the secondary as well as Blades Valor trying to pressure the corner. But it's just Blades Valor alone. I haven't seen duo offense a single time in these past 2 games from Bongoni. It's just solo offense, which is really tough.
Yeah, it seems like Blades Valor is sort of on the rely on a bit of a death there, but it's very... Oh my! This should just be in. Even if you flip, it's probably just still in. Oh no.
AJ Cannon mind controls them, gets the core out of there. Mikasa, top side, AJ Cannon with the great save! And AJ Cannon versus 3 holds on, gives an opportunity. Blades Valor, this time is your chance. But once again, the core just goes around the world, and Jackie's in there as well, but Sage with a good strike war. But once again, there's just no one to help Blades Valor. Who's ever going to get the pass when there are 2 people in the goal box?
Yeah, that's very rough. We are seeing a lot of the Orb Dancer value coming in there now that we've got it 5 stacks, and with no real way to shut Dubu down here. Unless you find like a dash punch or something. Anytime orbs are up, it's going to be scary. We're talking about a 3-on-1 offense, 3-on-2. Because Blade just won't be able to get back in time. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and once again, Mudflap's in with the flip. 2 barriers down, and Mikasa has one as well. It's whiffed very, very weirdly, but all good because they're maintaining possession. That's the key. The Munchies have had possession for like 90% of these games because they have the passing plays. They have midfield that covers the entire map, and they are the ones who take this first set, get the first draft, and now the X-Arrow once again becomes incredibly scary.
Yeah, it's a very, very... This is a very not good spot to be in if you're a Bongoni fan. But we have the prime time coming out for Era. That's going to be rough to deal with. Your Julie's not going to play the game. Rampage deny. That's very good, but he gets bulk up anyways. We're looking at like what 170 power on X at set 2. This is brutal. And Siege Machine coming out, you just have further walls. I don't really know. Like this draft just feels like it went in Munchie's favor so much, so hard. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely incredibly in Munchie's favor, but at the very least, Bongoni gets some powerful pickups, right? The hot shot onto the Ricard. Sage will have a lot more ability to send the core forward with that. More shotguns, and importantly, the core speed, critical. If you're going to have 2 people in the goal box, the core speed's kind of important to get it out of there. And Blaze Valor, of course, with the size, with the recovery drone, I think will also be a big factor as AJ Cannon steps up, gets the barriers, and now Blaze Valor with a scoring chance. Trying to push forward here. Gets the dash punch in, but saved away by Jackie. Sage trying to push forward with the lock and load as well, but the offense just cannot keep possession. It just gets right past, but the hot shot's there. The hot shot might be the X factor that keeps Bongoni in the game. But Mudflap with the flip, both barriers taken, and suddenly the game swings all the way back around.
This is very scary. Oh, that's unfortunate. Missed flip. This could be very dangerous, though. Blade's in this corner. The wall is coming out, but dash punch still up.
Okay, Sage, big breakaway to Blade's Valor. Finds the pass, but Mikasa has the speed to interrupt, but loses the core for a second, but has the primary to save it away. A flip used from AJ Cannon on the other side of the world, but Mikasa is all over the map. Mikasa is always there whenever necessary to make the block, but Jackie Chance pushes up a little too far, and the core goes right around into the goal. That's a goal for Bongoni. You'll take those. You'll try to win this set and get some scaling because the members have the start of some solid builds here. For example, like if Sage somehow gets a missile propulsion, that's the Ricard becoming a very solid character, and with both barriers being taken, that could be the start of something.
Yeah, we are looking at what could be very deciding. I think this next set could be game changing because Sage and Blades are kind of starting to get their stuff figured out. They're getting some of those 2v1 power or 2v1 plays available to them. Oh, heck, wow! I didn't think that was gonna hit. I thought the log canceled it, but no, that goes in, and we still have a flip to the side of Bongoni.
Yeah, a flip available, another chance, especially on Blade's Valor, the most valuable member to have flip on, as long as they can get it up. But that's always the question, right? If Mikasa's all over the map, blocking all of these passes, it's so hard for Blade's Valor to get in there. But right now, it's possible. But Mudflap's in position, getting 1 barrier. Mikasa looking for 2. And with the patience as well to win the strike wars against the lock and load, the offense from Munchie is looking very, very solid, but the defense from AJ Cannon even better to save it away for now. But Blaze Valor gets bounced away. Sage incredibly low along with AJ. The KOs could come through any second now, and the goalie's gone. That's the goal. That's a flipper race as well from AJ, greeting a little bit there. And even this set could turn around in an instant. The Munchies are still in control here.
Yeah, we've got Jackie's flip going to be coming up. It's going to get hard to score on if Blades can't score this before this flip gets up. As soon as the orbs spawn, I think it's doomed for the energy game. Jackie's going to pick something up and fly. That's all that's going to be needed.
Right, but Sage pushing up, but the Tofu Fortress just stops all of that in its tracks. Blades now with the dribble forward, gets the strike interaction 1. Has the patience, wins the strike war mind game, and they do take a set. They do get a chance to scale here. Bongoni are still in this game by a hair from the outplays of Blaze Valor, and Sage being first pick is ideal if Missile Prop is here. Oh, but you'll take some other awakenings. Rapid Fire, I think the one that you have to look at here. Rapid Fire prime time on the Arrow would be devastating. But Castellas picked up. I have no why would you pick Castellas there? What?
That seems...
What? Huh?
Oh, I was expecting the aerials to be the one picked up. Because people really like their size or their range, but that is not okay.
Despite the set win from Bongoni, they just threw away this entire draft.
Yeah.
Ugh.
We've got Primetime Rapid Fire Quick Strike Era. That might be the weakest page I've ever seen. Flip's going to take this bottom barrier, and I mean, yeah, it seems like Munchies are back in control. Just right back where they were the game one.
Yep, and Mudflap is just chilling here. Has the adrenaline rush if they ever find a KO, and that's going to be basically guaranteed 2 KOs if they can find one, because they've been getting multiple members low, but Jackie Chance is having a little too much fun, getting the speed and the course, rapidly bouncing as well as Mudflap with the dribbles though. Mikasa to the top side, and there's so much pressure on AJ Cannon so far, saving it, of course. Goalieing quite well, but it's going to take a lot more than that, because Mudflap's in position. Mikasa and Jackie Chance are pushing up as well, and the constant passing plays. There's so much weight on AJ's shoulders in this game, and just gets KO'd. That's a adrenaline rushed proc. That's Mudflap getting so much speed to work with, but they don't actually find the play to score instantly. Sage gets the defense, and Jackie Chance is caught on the other side of the map. So somehow Bongoni might have a chance here despite getting KO'd on repeat by Adrenaline Rush X, but no, it is Mikasa finding the shot and finding the first point.
Yeah, it seems like the power plays are a little sloppy. Some of these aren't going in, but when you've got the ad rush and when you've got these builds that can just, I mean, kill again, you can afford to be a little lax with your. Whoa, that's a Dugu kill. That's an ad rush proc for Mudflap. He did get that assist.
Yeah, and I think Mudflap, of course, Munchie is dominating this game, but Mudflap's kind of not playing the Adrenaline Rush resets with the speed for the scores. I feel like that should be the focus instead of the second KO here. And, well, might not even matter as they're playing the passing game around Sage, right to Mudflap. AJ Cannon wins these strike wars, but for how much longer can AJ Cannon carry the defense here? Mudflap now bounce off the center, but Sage is there to intercept. But Mikasa has the flip available. Mudflap to the top side. And AJ's just on defense for forever. It's so difficult.
Yeah. I mean, that was really rough. It really does seem like Munchies are so... They just know what each other want. Between the NATO plays and even right there with the flip to go around instead of like trying for a pass. They just knew that he was going to try to get it around and preemptively do the dash. They just seem to know what each other want and play off each other so well.
Yeah, we saw it with the Ball and Ballers before, and we're seeing with the Munchies now. This is a team that feels like a real team, like a team that would be really, really competitive in an uncapped tournament, maybe even scare a few top players for funning in a weekly, you know? Like, this is a team that has synergy. They are sending it forward to Mudflap over and over, and Mudflap is getting it done. And Mikasa, importantly, this is the big thing, right? This is the big thing that separates the good from the great. It's possession. It's keeping possession. And right now, Mikasa and Mudflap are doing it, but Blade's Valor has the flip, but Jackie Chance will just block it away from that range in the corner. It's so tough, and Mudflap on the other side will do you one better to take this set. And again, it's just the possession. They have control of the core for 90% of the game. And if you do that, then you're most likely winning.
Yeah, a lot of OS comes down to just not letting the enemy team touch the ball, or when they do, just making sure they don't have anywhere to take it. And they seem very comfortable doing that. And I mean, now we've got Catalyst on X with quick strikes. We're printing energy pretty much. You can't deal with it anymore. He's got infinite health. I mean, this Era's going to pick up stacks as well. She's already everywhere she needs to be. This seems like a brutal draft. I mean, I don't know. It seems like every draft is brutal for the side of Bongoni. None of these drafts are going how you want it, and it really is just making it already harder for a team that seems to be struggling against punches.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see what they can do, but Sage is being punched by Mudflap right now, and that Adrenaline Rush is a constant threat here. And they're constantly pushing forward here. Mudflap has a flip available already. The power of the Catalyst quick strikes is ridiculous, and might even just want to use it for the barriers or even for a KO, because that's how much energy is available, but they're being a little too greedy with it. Finally getting the KO here, but Blade's Valor manages to secure a barrier on the other side. But look at the possession again. Look at the passing plays from the Munchies. This team is ridiculous in how well they're playing these situations.
Yeah, it's something to note is that every single time either Mudflap, Jackie, or Mikasa, all of them really, anytime they have the ball, they aren't just throwing the ball away, which is something we see pretty commonly in like previous OSIS. Other teams And this is very scary. Probably a double barrier. Yeah. But yeah, like you're saying, it's the possession. It's just the possession is always, always, always in the side of Munchie's hands, and there's no way. You just have to be comfortable walking up and taking a strike war and matching the same level of presence. Otherwise, we're gonna end up here.
There's on
Match point.
They're on another level. This OSAS, like the dominant teams before them, they're trying to maybe do one better here. They've only lost one set so far in the finale in this very game. Maybe that'll be the only one they lose, but Blaze Valor might have something to say about it here. Has a flip available, but once again, what do you do when you're shrunk, you're slowed against the team? That's what you do. Blaze Valor with the explosive entrance gets in there, the barrier falls, and all you need is one more chance for Blaze Valor to find the goal here. But as the barrier goes down, as the flip goes through to Blaze Valor, that is exactly what they get. They find the goal. And maybe it's the start of a comeback, but it's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, it was very well played, but you also had to burn 2 flips or just to get it to Cannon. In order to get it to Blaze Valor, and you don't have those flips now. And Mudflap's about to sprint energy again. This is not a great spot to be in.
On the bright side, though, Blaze Valor got 1 barrier, looking for 2 here, but there's so much weight on Blaze's shoulders. Needs to find the perfect dash punch every single time. And it's not going to happen because Mudflap has much more luxury, has Mikasa behind the X, and it's just such good offense coming out from the Munchies in the midfield as well. The midfield control, but Sage this time pushing up with Blaze Valor, acquiring the core, and the barriers go down. A big chance, but a good dribble by Mikasa just completely fakes out to Drakkar. Make sure the offense isn't there, and lingering near the corner for way too long. Gets KO'd, a barrier taken, and once again, the offense comes through. Now AJ Cannon on the chopping block as Mudflap pushes forward. Has the strikes as Jackie Chance as well. Sage trying to find an opening here, trying to find a shotgun to find us a goal on the other side, but Mudflap goes in. Good save by AJ Cannon, but for how much longer? Because Mudflap will secure the win, will secure winner's side of Grands for Animal Munchies.
Yeah, that Munchies seems unbelievably like practiced, and just they seem like they are so comfortable on this Era X. I have to think that whoever plays them up in the grand finals is going to have to ban this Era X or pick it from them, because they seem unbelievably dominant. I mean, look at the redirects on Mikasa here. 186. They're everywhere. They are where they need to be, and with this Era X, as long as you are maintaining the possession like you were talking about, you have nothing to ever worry about. Like, this comp is just so dominant.
Yeah, they kind of speed ran that one, and Bongoni were the first team to take a set, but it still looked ridiculously dominant, like it should have been a 3-0, 3-0. I feel like the big thing really is team play, right? The Munchies feel like a cohesive unit. I've said this like 20 million times before, but for a team to beat them, there needs to be a team that really just plays with each other. It just finds the passes, finds the follow-ups, finds the corner offense, because Munchies are the only team in this OSAS so far that's really done that properly. And I don't think it's going to be character dependent. I think even if you take away the X era, they'll be less dominant, but they'll still be dominant.
Yeah, for sure. I believe part of the reason the X era, though, it ups it, you know? At least if you can get these characters, you can make up for like the lack of team play a bit. You can kind of use that speed a bit more. The X is a bit simpler to pilot, but yeah, I definitely do agree that even if you take them off these picks, they are definitely going to show the same level of play they're showing. But I mean, at least you'll have them off what is considered a top tier comp run by many teams, both in what will probably be NASA and Nassel. You know, I think this seems very sketch in terms of what you need to do. I don't really know. You just have to like play better than them, but they are playing phenomenal.
Yeah. We'll have to see how it happens. But right now, though, we're heading down to the loser side, loser semis. Chikara Kakarot versus Chikara Cheating. Two Chikara teams.
Team kill.
A bit of a team kill, and they're trying. They're trying to break the curse, the Chikara curse of no Chikara team winning OSAS so far. Still a great accomplishment to make it this far, but they're trying for one more. They're trying for a little bit further.
Yeah, I'm I'm down. I'm actually very familiar with Okay, I'm actually not. Catgirls changed their roster, but
You lied.
no, I did not lie. Let's be clear. Dairoth is my star pupil. All right, this guy's my goat. I am familiar with these teams in terms of like I've seen them play. I haven't really done much with them outside of like maybe occasionally screwing them and coaching Dairoth, but this is a game that should be very, very good, very close. I think Catgirls seem very well organized. They've been scrimming a lot, and they've got some unique comps. I'm not gonna say they're good comps. I'll say they're unique, but they make it look good. So, who am I to say? You know, if you can pull something off, do it. You know, I'm all for unique picks.
Oh, and the interesting thing is, both these teams were third in their group. Both second placers in their groups got eliminated in the previous round. So we have firsts and thirds here. Maybe group stage doesn't matter.
I don't know exactly what that means, but interesting. Good to note. Hey, when it comes down, the only thing that matters is making it to bracket and then winning. You know, I think that might be the tech. Is this Starting Awakening accurate?
No,
I don't think it was.
It's not.
But in the past, all good.
Yeah, a bit of a Chikara Civil War here. We'll have to see how it goes. And what's the record for dominant OSAS performances? Is it 2 sets dropped by Ball and Ballers? In the finale? I believe that's the most dominant so far.
That sounds correct.
All right. Well, the Munchies, they've only dropped 1 so far.
Could be setting records. If Munchies can make their way through, I mean, that would be a very impressive record. Dropping 1 set through the entirety, that'd be really crazy. Oh, Achi has confirmed that it was 2 sets by Ball and Ballers. So, yeah, this is going to be a very, very... It's looking to be a very interesting OSAS finale. It seems like every season, you get so, like, we're getting closer and closer to, like, these OSAS finale teams being, like, real teams, you know? You were mentioning it last game a little, but I do agree that if you put Munchies in, like, a weekly, and, you know, maybe they ran into a normal team that's kind of for funning, or maybe isn't aware of their game, it could definitely get scary a little quickly if you drop a set or two, and they're allowed to scale.
Yeah, we saw that with the Ball and Ballers, right? They made waves during the national qualifiers as well, a little bit. They're nasty now, but the Ball and Ballers looked very real after their OSAS run, so maybe the Munchies are next up. But if other teams get a quick level up, somehow awaken team play, unlock the team play DLC, maybe we could see them as well.
The team play DLC is quite important. And I think, yeah, it's definitely going to just come down to it. If we're not capable of connecting heads, connecting players here, it's not going to go well for any team to play against Munchies because they seem very comfortable. Oh, we're on Amy's app. I know exactly what's going to happen too. Oh god. Oh no. Ugh. Rapid fire among Titans on Amy's application. I mean, you just have to ban Rasmus, right?
Yeah, you kind of have to. Kind of have to, unless you want to do the trade Juliet and Rasmus thing, which we've seen succeed in the past.
Oh, where you just play against the Rasmus? I'm actually down. I think Amy's app gets a lot of like complaints about it not working in Snake Draft, specifically because this Rasmus is so polarizing. But I actually do think there is a bit of an advantage for Red Side, just for the fact that you can get the Julie and the Drek, or like the Julie and the Estelle, or like you can get something that can work around, you know? I don't think there's a lot of picks. Like most people are just comfortable on the Rasmus Julie Drek, I think.
Yeah,
so
you can get Julie +1. That's the big thing.
Yeah. And if you can play into the Rasmus, which honestly isn't that bad if you're able to just pay attention to him. It gets really bad when you're dealing with like Julie and Rasmus, or Rasmus and Drakkar. But, you know, Rasmus +1 is when it gets really scary, because then he's got like there's a lot of things to look out for. But, you know, if you can steal that second pick away, I think Red Side might actually be okay, you know? I don't think it's nearly as bad as people want to say it is.
Sorry, I'm dealing with some OS reading interactions in the match chat right now. There's a team that wanted Team A for map pick ban and also side priority.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
That's not how that works.
For competitive integrity, we have to split those. Oh, actually, okay, turns out Achi has informed us that Animal Style Osis went 27-1. So it would be a tie for the record, which is still very good. Good. Just because you aren't breaking records does not mean it's not good. It just means you're not breaking records. Okay? And it's a very hard record to break.
Okay, well, we're having a bit of difficulties convincing a certain team to read the rules.
Let's see. Good. I'm sure they'll come around rather quickly. Let's see what the prediction says. So prediction says that my favorite in Cat Girls. People seem to be Cat Girls' favorite. The Jet Secret, Striker Rasmus, and Brando V2 seems to be the favorite. That makes sense. I think Jet Secret, Brando, Striker Rasmus, these are all players that are pretty well known, I think. Jet Secret's been around for a bit. A lot of Jet Secret supporters. Striker Rasmus is. I think Striker Rasmus just has a bit of uniqueness to them in terms of. I think you see Striker Rasmus and you just remember that name. I think it just has that like stick to it. And Brando's also very active in the community. So it seems like they're a bit favored to win if we just go off predictions. Whoa. I lied. Wait. Oh, okay. Nope, all good. Just lobby swaps happening. Thought teams were mismatched.
Wow, this is taking incredibly long.
Yeah, I've run out of things to yap about. I can only repeat the same dialogue so many times before.
Maybe the education system has failed us.
I did see some lobby swaps, so maybe it's on the way to getting fixed. Also, hopefully this is a one-time problem and not something that's been happening the entire time that just went unreported.
I think two teams, one that lost in the previous round and one that's participating in this round, did not read the instructions, and thankfully they played each other, so they're both to blame. So
okay.
Why is reading so difficult?
Yeah, so let me take a look, just so I can see. Let me see. I'm looking at the rules. It seems pretty standard. We missed the ore. I see.
Yeah.
That ore. Yeah, that.
And then they proceeded to say that there was no ore.
No, that's been there.
Yeah, well, one day we'll get the draft. One of these days.
Reading wasn't in the OS tutorial. It's okay.
Sometime.
Maybe we need to... Maybe we need to update the rules. We need like a picture book, you know?
Yeah, maybe instead of a visual novel, Odyssey should have like made a picture book.
Learning your ABCs with Omega Strikers.
Wait, what happened? Wait, what? Did the draft?
Oh no.
Did the drafter break because we had to wait so long?
Oh no, that's not.
Are you telling me that a lack of reading comprehension made us miss the draft?
Okay, well, it was rapid fire among Titans. Luckily, I remember.
It was rapid fire among Titans. Well,
the draft.
We'll see what it is in game because, wow, that's kind of crazy.
I'm looking at the starting Awakening in game. This rapid fire among Titans.
Yeah,
so
that's correct.
Unless it gets changed.
At the very least, that's correct.
Okay, we're in queue. In queue/competitive. All good. We are on our way, guys. We made it.
Chikara cheating versus cat girls.
Yeah. So now that we're finally loading in, we are on AtLab, not Amy's app.
Reading comprehension check failed for the 5th time now. Oh no.
All good. It got canceled. We're gonna swap that, right?
Is it gonna get swapped?
We might be going to Atlas. Okay, we're back. We're on Amy's app. Okay, all good. We're loading in. We're gonna go. It's all good. There's nothing else to change. Unless we need, like, Central or something, but I don't think we do. Okay, we lost a spectator. All good. Okay, we're loading in. We're so back. Alright, we made it through. We survived the cheating versus cat girl scandal.
I really hope the game loads and we don't get hit by loading. Okay, there we go. It's Imy's app. We haven't seen this map in so long. It feels like it's been an eternity since we've seen this map. So honestly, thank you to the teams for picking this one.
Amy's app, my beloved, and this seems a bit scary for the side of. Oh, are they doing draft in game?
No, they did draft in the tool, but the preview
okay.
broke because they took too long.
Okay. So then it's fine. So
yeah, it's all good. These are the picks that we're gonna look at.
Sick. I'm down. Vice Asher.
Oh, so it was a Red Side Rasmus ban. And wait, they didn't pick up Julie here, so they just gave Julie over. I'm thinking about how they progressed in this draft, and I feel like Chikara cheating might have done a little bit of the blunder.
Yeah, I feel like we definitely should be seeing a Julie.
We're probably going to see Julie on the other side. Yeah, I feel like Chikara cheating kind of gave that over for a little free. Might have been a little bit of an oopsie there.
Okay. I mean, the Asher kind of dash punches.
Kinda.
The Ash punch. It's not as reliable or even as good, but they kind of fill a similar role. It's just looking at it based off comp, I like Catgirl's comp more.
Yeah, I like Catgirl's comp a lot more.
I assume this is the eject Amy. Wow. Okay. So we got 2 Among Titans for this Julie, who's going to be massive. Then yeah. Okay. So both brawlers get in comped. The Among Titans. Brando does not have pummelers though, which is something that does matter a lot on this map. Even if you're not playing for the kills, you know, kills are going to happen. You want that 30% speed. We don't have it. But neither does Iroth, so maybe it works out.
Oh, the dash punch didn't quite connect. Dairoth stays alive there. And Brando and Striker Rasmus need to play some offense here, but Striker Rasmus is being kept incredibly low. But Brando drops all the way back, and I'm liking the gameplay I'm seeing out of both teams here. It feels like they're looking pretty practiced on this map pick at the very least, on IMZap. Not unfamiliar as Spots gets the KO.
Spot's finding a nice KO there, and this is your power play. This is what you're looking for. You got to get it through, and this is a very dangerous spot to be in for Jet Secret.
Jet Secret to the bottom side. A weird bounce gives Dairoth an opportunity to send it forward here. Can blink forward maybe. Spots building up a lot of meter as well as Brando in a pretty dangerous spot. Being a little low. Dairoth with the flip available. Spots just dribbling forward and looking for the shot, but not quite able to do it with the Giga Blast and the Crystal Thorns, the crossfire from the Cacturals. They'll get the first goal, and again, like, it kind of feels like they have the better comp, and in OSAS, if both teams are comfortable and one has a significantly better comp, I think I know who's winning.
Yeah, I'm aware that Dairoth is very comfortable on this Estelle, and it also seems like Boomer Guy is very comfortable on the Amy, and I mean, Spots, I mean, Julie player, that I know he's comfortable, you know. This is it just definitely seems like you have a bit of favor towards you, especially when you can play this eject Amy, blink forward, and I mean, that's clear. Oh, Brando, dash punch gone wide. Spots! Found the kill.
Yeah, the power of the Julie on IMZap coming in here, and with the pummeler speed just pushing forward, trying to find the goal immediately. A pass up to Dairoth and a mix-up to the bottom side. We'll have Jet Secret rolling to nothing, as well played from the Cacturals. They're looking very coordinated, they're looking very solid, and of course, gotta mention it again, they got Julie for free.
Yeah, may have underestimated the value of this Juliet pick. Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought that was a kill. I honestly did. Oh, what a save.
Yeah,
and now it's just in our control again. We should be fine. Dairoth, uh-oh.
Gets out of there. The core ate the hits, so that Dairoth wouldn't fall into the center, as Brando pushing forward, but although Brando's trying to find some offense here, Striker Rasmus on this Vice pick is just getting outmaneuvered by both the Eject Aimi and the Estelle. So they do find the KO though, which is pretty huge, but Brando doesn't have pummelers, can't take advantage of this power play nearly as much. And we're kind of seeing the effects of it. The Asher's really out of the play here without any core touches, not getting the speed.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate. Something to note about the cheating comp is that if the set goes long enough, especially later sets, but the extended rounds are kind of what you want, so that your Vice can dish out this chip damage, and eventually you'll be able to kill, and maybe that's the game plan. Just play more of a standard kill comp, rather than this, and that bird barrier is going to go down. This could be very dangerous.
Yeah, but for that, you need to hold on, and against Eject Aimi and Estelle, and Julie, of course, like it's hard to hold on for a long time on IMZap. You are mortal here, and with the barrier down, the Dubu can't cover the entire goal. It's 3-0 in the favor of the Cat Girls, who are playing this pretty well.
Yeah, it's very... It seems like it's in their control. They seem comfortable. There is some... It's a bit scary when the Asher gets the ball, but the Asher's not getting the ball too hard, and I mean, we've ended up with something what could be a 1-2 for the Dairoth. If you're comfortable with the Quangle, we're going to opt in for the Missile Proc, which is also fine. Denying that from Dubu is probably actually pretty good now that I think about it. You don't really want them getting any more offensive pressure. Your team kind of struggles against it. But the big thing is this 1-2 has fallen to Brando.
Yeah, that's pretty significant, combined with the explosive entrance as well. Kind of like a Heavy Impact Junior on Striker Rasmus. It's pretty significant, and maybe we're going to see the damage turn around here, because this is a pretty significant difference from the first set, but Brando getting tagged by the stinger of Boomer Guy immediately, and they're the ones who are looking for the KO. The Cat Girl is looking very good on the damage department.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see... Oh, Brando, saved by the shield, I believe. And if he can survive this, it's good, but that is not a safe orb. Oh, yeah. That's a trap.
You cannot be going for the orb where there's an Estelle with abilities. Very good at confirming the KO is that character, but wait a second. That's an Aimi that vanished off the map.
Whoa. Vice secondary hitting her in through the thing, and this is going to be a very rough defense. Asher wins the Julie stuff matchup, I'll say it. Shield's a little strong.
Yeah.
I mean, they cleared it though. Well done.
Yeah, and getting caught out by the Crystal Thorns, Jet Secret unable to save that one as Striker Rasmus tries to push forward, but doesn't quite have the mobility to keep up in the midfield. But a good read by Jet Secret will send the core away, but they still have to score on Boomer Guy, who's been very good at keeping the core on the other side of the field with glitch pops especially. And a flip to the bottom side. Incredible core speed as overtime ticks over from Dyroth.
Yeah, beautiful. And you follow it up with the primary just in case. That's pretty confirmed. Very hard to save, and I mean, it really does just seem like it's going to be whatever team manages to find a kill and operate this power play. Ice primary is going to find one.
Yeah, they find a barrier as well from the Supernova, and they're pushing forward as a flip's available, but blocked away by Spots with the strike, the insta flip. Not the least predictable of timings as Spots is pushing forward and Striker Rasmus taking so much chip damage. Not going for the orb yet though. Knows it's dangerous. Finally will dip down for it at the perfect time, but the barrier will still fall and Jet Secret in a tough spot as the KO is found. The pummeler speed available and pushing forward are the forwards of the Cat Girls, but as they slow down the play, Jet Secret has a window to use this flip possibly.
Yeah, you have to be very careful, especially now that we've used our eject. Oh, good save by Tyroth, but this is still very, very dangerous. And Supernova will put it in.
Yeah, Striker Rasmus made it happen. I think if they pilot this comp again on Iami's app, they either need to go double pumps or no pumps.
Yeah, it definitely seems odd. You know, just play the Vice and then no flips coming out. This could be that. I mean, maybe you just want to save it. I don't know. I think it was more of a mistake. I don't think you want to save here. Because you really just want to end the game. You don't want to let this Vice scale. Nor do you want the Asher to scale. And Dubu's not really something you're worried about scaling, but you don't think, I mean, he's just going to lock it down more, you know? And it's not really a good thing.
Yeah, Striker Rasmus getting blown up a little here. Getting some damage. And a good combo onto Spots, actually. Brando with the passive shield combined with the Pat Splitter will combo Spots off the edge, but Spots will return the favor. And, of course, with the recovery drone, that KO wasn't real, so the energy is maintained. A flip available, and the Cat Girl is still in a very good position, but they don't get the barrier. It goes right next to it, only a few pixels away. And with Brando coming back, it is Cheating who are in not a horrible spot, but the bounce off the center might put them in a really bad spot. A good flip gets it out of there, though. They get it out of there fully, and to Brando they go. And although Striker Rasmus is low, the barrier still stands.
Yeah, flip coming out for Boomer, and that's going to be the barrier. This could be it if some passes are found, but now Boomer's kind of left in an odd spot by himself.
Oh, but Striker Rasmus has no meter, and Spots just gets the Flame Flurry into the dash punch. When you have no meter on Iami's app, Juliet's the best character in the game, and that's exactly what we saw there. And Dyros with the follow-up as well. Jakar Teague really need this win. They need this point. I think if they don't get it, they just get completely outscaled and out of the game.
Yeah, I would definitely agree, and Barrier's already gone. Barrier's going to be traded for both sides. It's really anybody's round, anybody's set.
Good Tofu Fortress as a Strike War win from Brando. Crucial there as this Thunderstruck doesn't connect. Jet Secret backs up very well as they try to get a kill on Spots, but Brando not quite getting enough knockback. Striker Rasmus trying to find an angle here, but no, the core just to the other side of the field. Dyroth threatening constantly. You got to be so careful. Jet Secret very, very good at putting the core away, and Dyroth a little bit hasty there. Jet Secret will see that, will not let the goal go by, but the cooldowns are coming back up for the Estelle. It's such a difficult situation for this Dubu, but Brando gets the core. Brando's in a 1v1. Brando goes in, and that's the goal. That's Jakar cheating. They're back in the game.
Yeah, that is... yeah, if Brando's down there, you can't... That's the win con, is you have to get the Asher the ball, and they have to be able to just, you know...
Oh, and that's a catalyst. Oh, but that's an adrenaline rush. Oh, this is such a tough situation.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I would agree. I think...
you have to pick one of them. No, you're giving up catalyst and adrenaline rush. Oh, but if they go hotshot here, all is forgiven. They go I mean, people are throwing this draft away one by one. What's happening?
The draft is hard.
What is going on?
Wow. Okay, so Catalyst has fallen to Dubu, which is very good. And I mean, spec training on Vice is a little scary, but not really.
I do like Brando's pick though. That peak performance going to be doing a lot of work for that Asher.
Oh yeah, especially when you take into consideration of later scaling with bulk up and things like that. Help mitigate some of the stinger value.
Oh, and Jet
that is a very
Secret.
good.
Oh, and the specialized training comes into play. Jet Secret's pushing up, and the Chikara cheating's revitalized. Strange draft or not, they're in there.
Yeah, this seems a little dangerous. Oh no. Yeah. Very tough to deal with this corner stuff if you aren't. It's very rough as a midfield to deal with that like after you take that strike war and the the other midfielder just walks with the ball. It's very hard to position in a way that lets you actually like not lose the ball. Very traded, but they have to use everything for it. So I don't really know. Ooh, Spots found a kill. The ad rush proc could be very valuable.
Yeah, that's the win condition. If Spots finds a kill at any moment, the point swings in the favor of the Cat Girls. It's such a powerful pick at that moment. A good flip from Jet Secret. Good to use meter, right? The Catalyst mean Jeff so much, and that actually leads to Boomer Guy missing a strike timing. That's Brando in there, burning a flip away from Boomer Guy. That's a KO found for Brando. So much pressure immediately in favor of cheating here as a strike war's won by Striker Rasmus. So many abilities used by Spots to try and get it away, but a good log will block away so many different angles as Chikara cheating still hold on, but Dairoth's a little bit scary in this midfield here. They got to be still very, very careful.
Yeah, this is... I think they're okay. Spots and Dairoth are going to make it very hard to get that through. And Dairoth just deciding he's going to put it in by himself. That's rough, you know? You can never really clear out until you see everything be used.
A little bit of panic from cheating. They really could have converted. They had the opportunity, but it's still tough. It's still tough, and Dairoth now pushing forward again, but a good Tofu Fortress. Jet Secret, with the extra special and the Catalyst, means he always has either Flip or Tofu Fortress to deal with something like that, but it needs to be careful in this midfield. Can't get caught out, because if Spots gets one ad rush reset, the point could be over.
Yeah, it is very scary. No dash punch in this corner, though. We just blew it. Punch will be up, and yeah, now. I want to say that this should just be favored. Or, whoa, I forgot the name. This should just be favored for Cat Girls here. I believe everything goes in their way.
Yeah, but Brando's got the core again in the 1v1, but doesn't have the cooldowns to really capitalize, unfortunately. Another chance for another glitch pop. And Boomer Guy's been playing these midfield glitch pops incredibly well to make sure that cheating can't get any offense together. That's a huge factor in this matchup.
Yeah, it definitely seems like when Boomer... I actually think Boomer might be playing a little bit too aggressively with the kills. Oh, Brando! No ad rush for that guy. He is dead.
Big opportunity. Flip down to the bottom side, but they blundered a situation. Jet Secret walks up, but there's some miscommunication. They don't cover the bottom side, and now it's Cat Girl's favor despite the power play. Jet Secret trying to Tofu Fortress forward, which is very good. Interrupts the dash punch from Spots as well. It's a lot of damage on Spots. It's a lot of pressure on the barrier, but you got to watch out because Boomer Guy and Dairoth have so much scoring potential from across the entire map. And despite that KO, you still have to be so careful of Dairoth.
Oh no! A log has killed Dairoth, and this is a very bad spot to be in as an Amy. You do not... Oh, wait, what a hold.
Oh, able to hold for a moment. Brando trying to go forward, has a primary and will manage to stun Boomer Guy. But Boomer Guy almost held. That was a little scary.
Mean, that was a really good performance there. You do about everything you can. You know, other players get scored on there probably. I mean, top players probably get scored on there. I think it was a very good hold. It's just unfortunate, you know, when both teammates are dead.
Jet Secret again, extra special Catalyst, so many defensive resources to work with, and they get it out of there somehow. The barrier doesn't fall, very well played on the defense by the Dubu, and still getting around the Estelle as well, but they can't get it to Brando. That's the big thing, especially when you have a midfield like Vice. It's so difficult to get it to the Asher, to the forward, and Brando's now in a lot of trouble. Needs to survive, but an amazing Supernova baits forward Boomer Guy, and if Jet Secret can get it to Brando, this could be huge. This is a no goalie power play.
Yeah, this is really where you test your midfielder. Does your midfielder have the goalie gene? And it seems like they do. They actually did hold it for the time being. And an ad rush proc is going to be brutal. This should be in.
Yeah, pass down to Dairoth. Dairoth with the primary. Good save by Jet Secret. Even gets the stun, but it's not quite enough. It was incredibly close, but Cat Girls come out on top. Cheating just needed a little bit more patience, a little bit more coordination, but it is Cat Girls who are one step ahead, and they have the chance to pick up the Unstoppable here.
The Unstop is going to probably be the best awakening I think we might see a heavy impact virus.
Unstoppable Asher, please. Or okay, Dubu, that's good. That's so fine. That's so good. But aerials? I do not think it's an aerials deny. I do not think that is valuable enough, but I guess it does leave up either bulk up or Deadeye because there was no double deny. So I think cheating piloted this draft surprisingly well, actually. I think all in all, I think they come out very well from this draft.
Yeah, I would have to agree. That's already holding it down pretty well. Now that you can just eat a dash punch.
Oh, not there though.
Well, no, I mean, unfortunate cast occurs. Now that you can just deal with that punch, it's a lot more easy. You might be able to just like perma hold if you feels comfortable with it, and you get the bulk up. There's a lot here.
Oh, but that's tough. Good passing plays from spots to Dairoth, making it difficult for Jet Secret to get in there. And that's a crucial point. It puts a lot of pressure on Chikara cheating here. They're 2 points away from dropping this first game. It's a very winnable game for both teams.
Yeah, I do think Catgirls has a chance to use this team player they picked up. Well, I don't really agree with the pick. If they can use it, it can make Brando. They can make Brando be a bit difficult to deal with because no mobility on this character.
Ooh, good flip from Boomer Guy. And Brando's still in the corner, though, maintaining possession up to strike Erasmus. And Brando's still maintaining possession crucially, but the barrier doesn't go down, and Dairoth's threatening now. It's tough for Jet Secret to find the opportunity to push up here. But Dairoth's incredibly low. If Brando can get the KO, but it's actually spots again with the adrenaline rush on the other side, slipping the core forward. And Chikara cheating are like 80% of the way there, but right on that threshold of making a play happen, they slip up once, and it just swings all the way around.
Yeah, and this is not a spot you want to be in. No evades, no energy built up for your side, for your forwards. It's going to be very rough. And Boomer's kind of holding it down.
Oh, good flip. Gets it out of there, though. Well played from Jet Secret, and Striker Rasmus needs to find something here. Needs to go forward, needs to use the Supernova, but it's just blocked away by Dairoth. Brando now trying to push forward to open space. Good primary to keep it forward from Striker Rasmus. And Brando, the strike button is used incredibly well there, and so is the Tofu Fortress. Brando with a chance if Jet Secret can somehow hold against the Julie with flip, and a log will do it. Will be enough to send it away. As once again the flip's available, but blocked away by Brando. Good defense from Chikara cheating. Finally the barrier taken, and Jet Secret incredibly low, but if they could score, all is forgiven. But no, it is Spots confirming the kill, confirming the goal, and confirming the game for Chikara Catgirls.
Yeah, that seemed... It really did seem like this... we said it at the start, but this Julie pick was allowed through. And I don't think the Asher does what you need it to do. I mean, we're gonna see. It's a lot. I think it's like we're up there in the double digits, 10 KOs, which is actually kind of low for the typical Juliet game on Amy's. But that's still all you need, you know, for like a 3-set game, 10 KOs. That's brutal, you know.
Yeah, Chikara cheating again, similar to the match we saw previously. Despite the draft making it hard on them, they still made it incredibly close. From Chikara cheating's end, I think a few things go different and they end up winning that game. But the Catgirls got the power picks, pouted the comp very, very well, especially Boomer Guy's aggression. It was punished very often. Flew into the Supernova more times than they probably should have, but when it was good, it was really good. The glitch pops were constantly interrupting.
Yeah, no, I definitely do agree that it was, I really do feel like it was very hard to deal with Boomer Guy. Like, yeah, you got the kills on him whenever he flew, a little too close to the sun, but it did seem like he was very, very comfortable on that ranged eject. Even in the defense sequences where you're not really known for being good, in terms of like what you can do, we saw a lot of value come out of just strikes, you know, just the glitch pops. Like there was a lot of value brought from the Amy pick. And I mean, if you can hold it down on the ranged goalies, you're eventually just going to win. You know, you'll be able to offset more pressure than cheating can, or you'll be able to just wait until somebody dies and you proc an ad rush.
Yeah, Adrenaline Rush, such a powerful awakening, especially on Juliet, especially on that map. It should have probably been considered for denial there in that draft. I think it's kind of good, but the catalyst was also up, so it's a really tough spot the way the draft went.
That was a very brutal draft, I will say. Both Ad Rush and Catalyst in one. But it looks like the next map's gonna end up being we're on Oni Village.
No, we're on Gates. They lied.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry. I mean, all good.
They made the picks and bans and they forgot. Oni's game.
Okay.
Oni's potential game 3.
Okay. Potential spoilers, guys. This game goes set 3 for game 3. Gates. I think Gates will be interesting. I think you have to ban the Juno again from Dyroth. Because Gates is one of Juno's better maps, if not best, depending on who you ask. I know a lot of Junos don't like it, but you've also got a lot of really good Juno players vouching that map is a little crazy for. And it is very hard to deal with the slimes in the corner and the red speed in the portals. It can get very difficult to like stop a Juno from doing what she wants. So I imagine we'll probably see a ban thrown out towards Dyroth again. But I don't really know what they want to play. Do you try to lock the Amy again, even though it's a bit weaker on defense?
Yeah, it's a thought. Well, we'll have to see what happens here. Hopefully, this time the draft will happen in a timely fashion, and I do have high hopes. But we're seeing the starting awakenings already. Might of the Colossus and Deadeye. It's gonna be a little interesting.
No, that is. I mean, we could just see a kill comp, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually just saw, like, I don't know, the Estelle. Yeah, maybe like Estelle Rasmus would be really good here, actually. Even though it's not the ideal comp for Gates, I think with the Deadeye and the Might of the Colossus, you can just offer a lot of damage and cover what you need to cover. If anybody has like a Luna, I mean Juno, even like for the red speeds, but yeah, I don't know. It seems damage is certainly on the table. Maybe we'll see it.
Yeah, we're just waiting a little bit for them to get in the draft, but yeah, I think we're gonna see the standard brawlers. Asher a lot better on this map, so that's something that Chikara cheating can fall back on. But importantly, they're also second pick, and also Asher could also be banned. Asher's a pretty good pick overall on this map. We're probably gonna see melee goalie again for Jet Secret. So I think overall, I think Chikara cheating definitely favored on this map. But if Cat Girls navigate the striker pick ban, like banning away the Asher, I think they could also just take the game, take the series.
That is an Asher ban that's come through. The first ban, so I mean, this is looking pretty good already. Take the Asher away because the ult's kind of hard to deal with on this map, and now it's a lot more tolerable. Oh, the Amy ban's also come out.
Oh, but
sick.
This introduces the crazy angle of just the Dubu pick here, and then you've taken away 2 power picks from the side of Chikara cheating, but they picked the Zentaro instead. They want that Zentaro on Yates of Obscura. And now I think Chikara cheating have a pretty comfortable 2-3, or as some people like to call it, the red 1-2. Taking away the Estelle, but this does leave open the Juno, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Unless they pick Juno here.
I mean, if we're picking a Estelle Juno, I mean, maybe Juno goalie, and then you run out with eject. Maybe there's that if you want to deny it.
Dubu. It's a Jet Secret Dubu. It looked good. Okay. It's always looked good. But there's the instant Juno lock. The Juno was left open, and I think Chikara Cat Girls are gonna have a pretty comfortable comp here. Yep.
Yeah, wow. Juno's while it's not typically the two you put together, it definitely does seem rough, especially if we're stepping on slimes a lot, and when it gets in the corner, it could be very difficult to deal with a lot of the extra hits. The Julie lock coming in for the final, the Estelle, the Estelle and Julie's fine.
But if we're putting Brando on Julie this game, why didn't we do it last game?
I'm not sure.
This just feels so unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm really not sure.
Well, we'll
yeah,
have to see how
I don't
this
know.
game goes.
I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, like, if we're gonna play this Julie, we could just play Rasmus, you know, and have the Estelle Rasmus combo.
Yeah, Estelle Rasmus goes pretty hard here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say it. I kind of like Cat Girl's comp more.
Yeah,
I think it's just better.
The Cat Girls are striker drafting quite well, it seems. I do think this game though, Chikara cheating, do have a lot of agency, especially with the Dubu on a map like Gates of Obscura. So we'll have to see how it goes. It'll definitely be a little interesting.
Yeah, I do think for all the maps, if you're gonna try to take a team to a map, Gates of Obscura is probably one of them. You know, like I think this map can be very volatile if people don't know what they're doing on it. So even if your comp's a little bit worse, if you just have the comfort pick, is this their map? I'd assume it's their map, right?
Yeah, it's Cheating's map.
Yeah, so maybe they just have the comfort of Gates, you know? And in Osus, where players are a lot more likely, I think, to feel lost or maybe have less like knowledge on how to play each individual map, I think there is some value in just taking people to Gates, and maybe you don't need a good comp if you can just play Gates better, you know?
Yeah. Well, we're getting right into it. Getting right into this thing here. Yeah, I don't know. Of course, I think overall though, the Julie pick just feels really awkward to me. Like Julie on Gates kind of gets hit around a lot, I feel like, and doesn't have like that pure pushing power in the corner like the pass splitter with Asher. Whenever I see Julie on this map, it just doesn't look good.
It is very rough. I think it also just kind of deals with the fact that Julie needs dash punch to be like effective in the corner. It's very like ability reliant, I think, as opposed to like the Zentaro and the X and the Asher, like those characters that can kind of just throw out their primary a bit more easily, you know? Compared to Julie's like way more committal, and I don't think it really works against the defense goalies you're playing against on Gates.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. Boomer Guy, of course, on the Mako, an incredibly good defensive goalie, especially against the Juliet on Gates. Can really cover a lot of the barrier as well. So I think all eyes will be on Dyrith on the Juno, because this is the pick that you kind of have to be scared of against the Chikara Cat Girls, and we're seeing it right here.
Yeah, this is the pick that has been banned by most teams. It's also just Juno. I mean, Juno kind of sucks to play against. I imagine we'll see Deadeye on Juno, and something to note is that we have Siphoning Wand on Dyrith, opting into this damage option, which is not something he's uncommon to, even if I voiced that I don't like it. But he's continued to do it, and oh my, Dash Punch for Brando will find a power play very early on.
Yeah, gets in there with the dash punch, perfect curves with the follow-up as well. Perfect curves in instead of Striker Rasmus, and Naue in instead of, I forgot the name, Spots?
Spots has been rotated out, actually.
Yeah. Instead of Spots, it's Naue. So it's going to be an interesting one here, as Rando's been taken low, but Boomer Guy doesn't watch the portal. And the power of the portals will take a barrier, but on the side there's Styroth, and Boomer Guy tries to stuff it through the Estelle beam, which Mako can sometimes do, but not this time, as perfect curves will find the goal.
Something to note, Brando did not opt into the pummelers this game. Which is, I mean, I don't remember the last time I've seen somebody go slicks on Julie. The pummelers feels really impactful. I don't know if it's necessarily wrong, but oh no.
Yeah, that's a rough time to get your barrier taken. Get secret now, bottom side, and I think if there's ever a time to take like slicks, it is a map like Gates, because Julie feels very rough on Gates. I'm not saying it's good or anything, but I mean, if there's a time, it is this time, and Brando is in there, and so is Perfect Curves, and Perfect Curves has been doing the majority of the offense while Brando fishes for dash punches.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like it is very rough to play into the Estelle, especially like there when you have like no real options other than the out clear. But also, Estelle on this map's very, very good at finding like ways to get her brawler the core. Not even the core, like just get the ball full with the portals and stuff. Oh.
Well, another KO found in the favor of Chikara cheating here. They're utilizing this composition quite well, and that there's a lot to be said about Estelle, especially in a tournament like OSAS. The players that can pilot Estelle very well lead to a lot of good pressure on the goal, a lot of confirms that are difficult to defend against, and like right there, just really good timing from Perfect Curves means another barrier goes down and Brando's threatening a goal.
Yeah, it does seem like the portals are being played just a little bit better. Oh no, this is very, very bad. This is not where you want the ball to be. Yeah, I think they're good, but I mean, not really. It's gates.
Ooh. Yeah.
That sucks.
Once again, Perfect Curves putting on so much pressure against Boomer Guy. This Estelle pick really turning the game around. I don't even think the Juliet's that much of a factor right now. It's just Brando just needs to exist, and Brando's existing quite well, and Perfect Curves is doing the majority of the pressure.
Wow, that's all you need.
Oh, but Unstoppable is the real pick here. If you identify Unstoppable...
Whoa.
If you identify Unstoppable... Guys...
Oh. Okay, I mean, yeah, just go stacks. It's too late now. Save it for...
I think the first two picks in this draft should have both been Unstoppable.
Yeah, I think teams really underestimate the value that Unstop brings. Especially as a goalie, it gets impossible to deal with. I mean, Estelle just basically has to trade her beam every single time. Or like trade her ult just to proc Unstop. Like, it's so rough. And it also values with the Julie. I mean, that's twice now we've seen Unstop slide by when it probably solo wins the game. Like, realistically, it makes it very, very difficult to deal with, and I just don't think people are putting a lot of value on it. Oh, now maybe dead.
Yeah, now we tried to go for some corner pressure there, but got hit by a lot of damage, and you said that Dairoth went the Siphoning Wand, the Deadeye, to put on some damage, and we saw the Deadeye there, but overall, we're not really seeing any consistent damage coming out of this Juno, it feels like.
Yeah, it's not a pick that... Oh, that was a very dangerous jump. Brando, unfortunately, not managing to connect the dash one. The Juno is not a pick that really, like, gets a lot of value out of it, outside the fact that you can kind of just landmine, you know? But with no real way of proccing it by yourself, whether just throwing times at people, you kind of don't get too much value. However, in these long rounds like we're seeing now, if you can confirm this kill on Perfect, it might be decent. Oh, Juno sequence.
Oh, Perfect Curve's incredibly low. A big opportunity, but Dairoth gets caught with flip available. That's all the meter gone, and that's Brando to the top side past Boomer Guy. And that's the goal again. Chikara cheating on this map pick, looking quite good here. Perfect Curves, a huge factor in this game, and of course Jet Secret with the unstoppable pass down is feeling very comfortable on the defense.
Yeah, and this seems very, very rough. It seems like a lot of the Cat Girls momentum that we saw last game isn't there. Maybe without the Julie and the Amy's out gameplay to play, when you're put on a more of a core-oriented map, it seems like it's just not there, which is a little odd. You know, you think Juno, at least for me, I go to like that. That's the core control character, you know? Besides like Rasmus.
Well, Jet Secret and Perfect Curve trying to defend this time, but a lot of damage being put on to the forwards of Chikara cheating, and a KO found on Brando. We're finally seeing the damage pressure come through, but that's a barrier on the other side being taken despite all of that. And if the barriers can't be defended, it's still a very tough spot for the Cat Girls. And Jet Secret just wins the corner interaction, just strikes it into the corner again and again. It's like the clearing properly is kind of really good, guys. And now Perfect Curves, top side, not quite going in just yet, but Jet Secret has the patience. The goalie fundamentals really kicking in here, and Brando finds a KO on the goalie. If Jet Secret could just find the pass, oh, a bit of an awkward spot, but Brando Top side, trying to block away. Good defense by Dairoth though, and Dairoth will just keep the game alive.
Yeah, we are overtime, so this Juno value is there. The Deadeye's able to get red speeds. It just seems so... It seems like the portal usage... It really is coming down to the portal usage. I mean, Jet's being very patient, both on defense, but also just finding where he needs to be. Tacticals really isn't playing towards opposite portal side like they need to be. You don't want this in the corner with portal. Otherwise, Jet just free out clears every time he gets it through, which he's likely to get it through once or twice. Well, it just seems very rough.
Perfect Curves now threatening a KO onto Naue, who does use the elusive to get out of there. Would have been primary into flip otherwise. His Perfect Curves up to Brando, who is being brought incredibly low. The Juno Zentaro needs to find some damage, but watch out, it's Jet Secret from the other side of the map, finding the log for the final barrier, and not letting a barrier drop so far. A flip available as well as Chikara Cheating continue their dominant run in this game to the bottom side, almost going in, not quite, but Jet Secret still has so much available. The core slips by a little bit, so they can't quite find the goal just yet, but Jet Secret to the bottom side again. Perfect Curves as well, still deflected away by Boomer Guy, and with the respawn coming in, the power play could reverse as Brando is pretty low. Running for the orb, does survive as the Toby Fortress comes out as well, but Brando again just constantly putting pressure on Boomer Guy to make sure the Mako can't push up at all.
Yeah, this is very, very rough, and something that we've seen a lot here. Oh, that was dangerous. I think this might be in. I mean, honestly, this is not a spot. It still doesn't have any cooldowns, but... Okay, they're actually okay. Ooh, what a nice primary. Just managed to catch it. Overtime speeds might be the death of Jet Secrets.
Yeah, and a great shot by Naue will close it, and that core speed so tough when the goal is open, but... Chikara Cheating still maintained the barriers for incredibly long. They just needed to convert. The passing play is not quite there on that particular point, but if they are, it could be a swift win here, but they'll need to put them together quickly because Naue and Dairoth have a lot of damage pressure. If they manage to claw this one back and get a lot of more damage in the draft, things could be different, but a KO found just like that will mean even more pressure in favor of Chikara Cheating, trying to send it forward, but once again, it slips a little bit by. Dairoth finds the opening, and the offense slows down for Chikara Cheating enough for the respawn to come in. And we're starting to see a little bit of the holes in his composition, a lot of weight on Perfect Curves in terms of finding these pressures, and Brando trying to find these KOs will do so. But again, the offense kind of fizzles out. They can't find a scoring play.
Yeah, it's very hard. I mean, your Juno's up again. You do have it in the corner, but it's going to be hard to get this through. You really need to play it bottom side. And it's finally come out, but it might be too late. Oh, we still do get a barrier, though, so... Cheating coming out with something.
Yeah, but too late might be correct here. They spent a lot of time trying to force it on the top side. They didn't flex to the bottom with the portal offense. And now that means it's overtime, where the Juno and a little bit of the Zentaro might be a bit of a tough situation for Jet Secret. Has the flip, though, has a little bit of insurance, but this barrier is not going to be easy to keep alive here for the Dubu, but they do take it on the other side, and the barrier still maintained for the moment as Jet Secret sends it away with the log as well for the core speed, but Naue and the corner pressure with the slimes is so tough to deal with, but the redirects aren't quite there. It gets trapped in the Tofu Fortress and they get out of there.
Yeah, the ball's going a little bit of everywhere. Brando's pretty low. If he dies here, it's very bad, but there's also not a lot of kill pressure. He survived. He evaded what he needed. Very well done by him.
Brando, again, top side with a slime available to Jet Secret, who sends the Perfect Curves. The passing plays are good, but they're not quite getting the finishers here. They're not quite getting the shots at the very end, but Brando, dash punch again. Boomer Guy has resources available. A flip from Naue will take the barrier, and Cat Girls have held for so long. All they need is one more opportunity, and the slimes in overtime will present that. And now it's 2-2. Now Chikara Cheating have to sweat a lot because this point could change the entire game.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a bit. Cat Girls have found their Rincon, and it's just waiting till overtime. And if they can do it, they're very good. So it's a bit of a race. Oh, Brando, what a dash punch! But the problem with it on this map is now you don't have dash punch for the barrier. So I don't really know what's going to happen. Looks like it's gone.
Once again, these power plays are not committing enough to the offense to really capitalize off of them, and that's leading to long points where the Cat Girls can claw it all the way back. Perfect Curves to the bottom side, trying to find a pass to Brando, a flip available, but just blocked away. Too much weight there, too much delay on the strike afterwards. And now Jet Secret in a lot of trouble. Will need to burn a lot of resources, loses the barrier, might even lose both here if Dairoth plays the situation well with Naue. but only one lost here as Jet Secret sends it through the portal, but there's no one there to cover, and the Chikara cheating offense falling apart a little bit as Perfect Curves gets pressured in terms of damage here. Perfect Curves taken off the map by Dairos Deadeye Slime, and now, yeah, Chikara cheating, their offense just falling apart.
Yeah, and now we've hit overtime, down a player. This is not a spot you want to be in. I mean, Jet's holding. Jet and Brendo are holding, do not get me wrong, but overtime speeds are going to do something eventually. Well, I mean, maybe not. Hold on.
Wait, Jet Secret. Okay, finally, the Slime will secure it, and the KO will be found in the damage pressure from Cat Girls. It felt like they were down in every single point that they won here, but they still hold on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really is just coming down to if they can make it to overtime. They're in a really good spot, and here, I mean, this is really strong. You get heavy impact from your Zentaro. I mean, maybe Orb Dancer, Rampage even. I don't think you really go. I think you do just go with the heavy impact. But, yeah, there's not a lot on the table for cheating here. I mean, Julie might be able to pick up the Rampage. It would be really strong. Okay, there we go.
I really don't think Manu was the pick. I really don't. I think Orb Dancer. Orb Dancer was looking very juicy there, and you focused on denying the Juno, but Manu nerfs Dubu. It's not like a game-ending nerf, but like it feels bad, and it's not even really a valuable deny against Dairos because Dairos is very happy with the aerials. I feel like that's a big blunder that will just change the entire game because, well, look at this. It is a different game now, and the Chikara cheating are on the back foot by a lot.
I mean, honestly, if Naue kind of just goes and kills Jet Secret, which is certainly viable at this point. I mean, maybe not right now. He's kind of healed up, but you got to be really careful. If Jet's stepping on these slimes in the corners and stuff, it's going to get very, very rough to deal with this heavy impact Might of the Colossus Zentaro.
Yep, and I'll to see if they can manage to find it, but they need to commit so much further on the offense here because right now it's not cutting it. Now with the flip available, a log backwards, but Perfect Curves is there to save it away regardless, and good strike where wins will keep the point alive, but Brendo needs to find pressure. A bad flip by Boomer Guy, but they can't capitalize to get the barrier, but Brendo will find the KO. Will find an opportunity here, but these power plays need to come through, need to find the barriers, but again, they just cannot find the barrier. Boomer Guy still with the save, still sending it away. And Chikara cheating. They're trying to find the barrier, but they can't. Again, and they get the KO. I mean, the Cat Girls just held on long enough for the scaling to kick in, and Chikara cheating missed their window.
I almost feel like you need to, like, stop fishing for kills. I know that's crazy, but I think, like, the dash punches are all you're able to find right now for taking these barriers, and we're trying to rely on the power play, which isn't necessarily bad, but we're just not finding the power plays, so it's very rough. Like, I'd almost rather just have Brando just commit the dash punch duty at this point, you know?
Yeah, that might be what we're looking at here as Brando uses a flip, but again, Boomer Guy has enough resources and is playing this defensive situation so well. Jet Secret gets a little desperate for a little bit of offense, but it doesn't really come to fruition here as Brando sends it forward yet again, but it just goes to Naue top side. An amazing shot as Chikara Cat Girls have a firm hold on this game.
Yeah, it's seeming like a bit of a reverse sweep from what we saw at the start, where cheating seemed pretty in control these last two sets. It seems like the game, while the sets are kind of close, and really the rounds are kind of close, and nets are both being opened. I mean, Cat Girl's just waiting permanently, and that's a dash punch blown on Brando, not able to find the trade. This is a very, very awful spot to be. That's Matt for set point.
Yeah, the game's out of their hands now. They need some kind of awakening, some kind of other factor to save them, because it was in their control before. They just could not find the openings, and now they have to really rely on some of Cat Girl's mistakes if cheating are to get back in the game here. Brando needs to start fishing a lot more for these scoring opportunities instead of for the kills. And still fishing for kills here, but it's not going to work out. It's just so tough for cheating because they're slowly bleeding out on the defense.
Yeah, they're bleeding out. Now he's getting a lot of this chip damage. Oh, that was very dangerous. Good strike by Jet. Flips burned. Oh, this is very, very bad.
Oh, but they still managed to get the save. The barrier stays up. Cat Girls with the great defense, with the hold, means that cheating haven't opened up their goal in so long still. Another flip available, defended by Perfect Curves though, but still KO'd by Naue. And Brando's coming back to help, but I don't know how much help it will be. Wait a second. Around the
lot.
world, the overtime core speed might have been exactly what they needed here. If Brando can keep the core controlled, if they could be one more pass, but Naoe's been very good with these shots, but Brando still keeping it up. Naoe pushing forward. Jessica with the Tofu Fortress sends it away. But perfect curves will find the first goal in so long for Chikara cheating. And if they could find more like that, if Brando can get in the face of Boomer Guy, that's exactly what they need. They just need to do it.
Yeah, it almost seems like the damage comp. I mean, not even the damage comp, but the Judo Zen. If they can get it forward, yeah, like we have here with 3 players, you get a lot of heavy impact value, you get a lot of Juno slime value, and oh, not finding the kill is a bit dangerous. That's triple hit. Flip should come out soon. Huh. No barrier off that flip. Interesting. I don't know what happened.
Right, a lot more damage though coming out from Naoe, and perfect curves as well as Jet Secret and Brando still trying to defend here. But the barriers will fall regardless. Good offense coming out from the Chikara Cat Girls as they get control of the core again. Perfect curves and Brando not really in sync at the moment. They need to find a way to find these passing plays without leaving the middle wide open for the pressure of Dairoth and Naoe, but that's exactly what we're seeing here. A goal line stop by Jet Secret though will keep the point alive, and they will still get the defense, but 2 barriers still stand in the face of Boomer Guy, and it's going to be so difficult as Dairoth just gets in there, gets the delayed strike after the Oni's blade, and Chikara Cat Girls are 1 set away from moving on.
Yeah, this could be very bad as well. You don't want this Centauro scaling any harder than he already is. Ooh, Stinger on the board. That's not great. Catalyst also. I think Catalyst has to go.
Yeah, you kind of have to take the Catalyst here, but you're not sad about that at all, right? Mako has plenty of hits to work with. You're getting hit plenty of times as they try to do offense on you. Like, Catalyst is still a great pick here, but Brando Stinger might be a win condition. But again, Juliet, not the greatest supplier of Stinger.
Yeah, I mean, this just feels like while you do end up having whoa, I zoned out. While Cat Girls does end up having the Catalyst, you don't really get a lot else. You get the Siege Machine, which isn't awful. It will help with that damage a bit. I don't know if it really brings much value. I mean, maybe the red speeds, but I don't know. I'm actually more of a fan of cheatings, even with the Stinger Julie, which not that great, but the Twin Drive on Perfect Curves, who's already got double dash awakenings, the Hot Shot on Dubu.
Yeah, the Hot Shot does do a lot of work. Yeah, the Hot Shot, especially with the cooldown refund, and also the core speed in overtime brings a lot more pressure than they had in a slightly missed shot. Means that Jet Seeker will be able to save the barrier for now, but they just work around the log, and now he has a flip available. A lot of defensive pressure, but they still get it out, and now he greets the flip, so the goal is still saved by Jet Secret. But Dairoth, again, has used that angle, I think the past 5 times in a row, and caught Jet Secret every single time. You have to commit to it as Dubu, but it's so scary because if Dairoth changes it up one time, then you look really silly.
Yeah, it's... Playing against Judo's rough, especially as like this Dubu who doesn't have the speed to keep up. Even with the momentum boots, you know, like you just don't got what you need in order to cover everything. And Curse isn't there to help. Like, for one reason or another, it's just very hard to deal with the Juno, especially when the core's at this like almost red speed. It's not quite there yet, but it will be soon, and if it hits overtime, it is there.
Oh, and look at that damage. Jet Secret and Perfect Curves incredibly low. They're on the brink of death here, and Perfect Curves goes down. That's so much defense off the table, and Perfect Curves is very near that. They don't even need the KO, really. They have the flips, they have the core control, and Naoe has a shot to the top side, a flip. Jet Secret trying to block it, trying to win the mind game, but it's so favored in Dairoth's. It's so tough. They're 1 goal away. Chikara cheating just cannot find the offense early enough, and now Cat Girls are running away with it.
Yeah, this seems... I mean, I don't know. The Zen and the Juno, it really is seeming like they've just got the comp figured out more. Oh, Brando guy, Boomer guy. Sorry, not Brando guy. I was mixing names there. Yeah, it's just a lot of damage to deal with, and you don't even have to find a kill. Just the damages alone, you know, enough to pressure people away from barriers.
Yep, and now Jet Secret bottom side Boomer Guy sending it forward here as Dairoth helps out on the defense. The barriers are open for the first time in what seems like forever in the favor of Chikara Cheating. Can they convert? Can they start a little bit of a comeback here is the question, but it's going to be so difficult. Jet Secret solid on the defense, not getting mixed up a single time there. But Brando perfect curves will be enough. Perfect curves with the blink in, the twin drive doing a lot of work with the double dash. Chikara Cheating not out of it yet, but they're going to need another miracle.
Yeah, you'll need a miracle, and now he's almost got flip. Dairoth's going to have flip as well pretty soon. This Juno kind of prints energy as well. And that's the flip for Naui. If we can't find this kill, okay, no flip. No value's gotten from the flip, but a lot of damage on curves again, which is, I mean, this has been happening the whole game. Oh, Dash Punch has found a kill. This could be very, very big.
Yeah, if Brando can send it forward, is keeping the core in the corner. It's so tough, though, because that portal's right there, but Jet Secret's minding it. Jet Secret, though, slips. No, Jet Secret got a little distracted, and that's the end of the offense. That's the KO found. That might be the entire game because of that slight movement away, letting the core slip by the barriers. Now we got down, and Brando helping out on the defense, but that push was everything. They needed that one, and now they don't have any pressure, but perfect curves and Brando. Desperate push. One more chance here as Jet Secret does manage to save it through the portal again. Brando, dash punch maybe. One more chance. Still needs to find something here, but again, through the portal, and it's just so tough. They needed that opportunity.
Yeah, they needed it, and now we've hit overtime. This is where the Catgirl comp comes into play. The red speeds, that's already very, very dangerous. Jet Secret, don't walk up to that. Oh, no. Oh, you got it, okay.
Managed to save it. A good blink from Perfect Curves will send it away, and trying to catch Boomer Guy, who really wants that orb. Brando through the portal again, but saved away by Boomer Guy's secondary over and over. Dairoth now with the slime, with the Tofu Fortress. Brando dribbling up, trying to pressure, and will get the barrier. Will create a chance, but the core slips by yet again, and Perfect Curves wins the strike war, but needs a good blink, needs a good shot. Brando now misses Perfect Curves. Brando again, and still not able to stuff it through Boomer Guy. They're hitting it right at the goalie. A little bit of panic for Cheating as they need to find something here. But too much panic, it's too easy to defend for Boomer Guy, who is sitting comfortably on the Mako here. Bounce to the bottom side of Blink. Not enough yet again, as Jet Secret needs to be really careful of this flip. The log not quite enough, but Boomer Guy on the other side has flip of their own. A flip baited away from Brando, actually. A strike will win, but they still don't have any shots on goal. Only to the sides. And they go for the dash punch, but it's saved away again. Boomer Guy's not making any big mistakes here.
Yeah, this is very, very scary. Oh, good clear by Jet Secret, and the ball's just going around and around, and as these brawlers take their attempts to score, I think it's going to be whoever gets their flip first. Oh, no. You hate to see that. Lost to the Juno slime. Yeah, I mean, that's rough. You know, we're in overtime. Red speeds. Dairoth got to pilot the Juno, and the defense is really good. I don't know. It seemed very, very rough to deal with, and also a lot of the power plays that we had. I mean, Brando's got 9 kills, but how many of those actually led to like a barrier or a kill, you know?
Yeah,
it was like not a good rate.
There were so many power plays in favor of Chikara Cheating where they just kind of hit it at Boomer Guy, and Boomer Guy performed incredibly well this game. Just locked it down, did everything necessary on the Mako to bring Chikara Catgirls the victory. And Jet Secret also played incredibly well. I think Perfect Curves and Brando, they had individual plays that were good at the start, but it started falling apart when the scaling came in for Dairoth and Naui, and they needed that coordination, but it just wasn't quite there.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. That's just how it is sometimes. Like, you know, I said it at the start. I mentioned the slick kicks. I think maybe the pummelers needed to come out for Brando if you're gonna play for that, like those kills, you know. Even if you have less speed overall, just having that extra speed to help the power plays, I think would make a lot of a difference. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well,
that will be Catgirls moving on though.
Yeah.
To play. Who are they playing against? Animal Style.
Mongoni.
Oh, that's a fun match.
All right. Well, Flop, that's it for our block, I believe. Unless I'm incredibly wrong.
As far as I know, I was told to go to.
Yep. So, we'll go to a bit of a short break here. And after that, we'll have the final two sets, final two best of threes, or maybe three if there's a grand finals reset. But with the way that the Munchies are looking, I kind of doubt it. Yeah, we'll have the final little bit of OSAS coming up, so don't go anywhere.
All right, and we are back, about to head into the losers finals of OSAS Season 6 finale. I'm Lego Mage, here now with Nubsta, and we're about to be getting into Game 1 of Animal Style Bongoni versus Chikara Cat Girls. Another IMEZAP matchup here, and they've already got it into the picks and bans a little bit, so Nubsta, what are we looking at right now going on in this draft?
My first glance here is the Drakkar ban, actually. I was a little surprised by that. I know Drakkar has been seeing a lot of play lately on IMEZAP, but typically you don't leave Rasmus up if you're red team. So I'm very intrigued, but also confused by that Drakkar ban, as we see the Rasmus is immediately picked up. But Dairoth does get the Juno, and Spots does get the Juliet on arguably one of their better maps.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're seeing this. I'm also seeing the rune pick come out here as well. Probably for Sage, it looks like. But yeah, leaving the Rasmus up here is definitely questionable, especially for a Drakkar ban. I think if it was a Juliet ban, maybe it would make more sense. I don't know. It might have been like the aerials may have spooked them, but aerials is good on Rasmus too. Of course, I imagine it's going to be a big guy pickup, but I mean, just looking at these comps, I'm liking what Animal Style has got going on right now. I am assuming that's an Asher goalie, but the rune in the midfield has been surprisingly effective in this league on IMEZAP specifically. Players like Perfect Curves who have run it have found great success with it. So I'm curious to see how that ends up panning out here for Sage. Meanwhile, Chikara Cat Girls, they do have the Juliet to kind of counteract the Rasmus, but they have, much more of the kind of the signature picks, right? You got the Aimee goalie and the Juno on Dairoth, which are also going to benefit pretty well from the aerials. So this is already looking like it's going to be a pretty close game just from the teams here. And these comps, well, maybe like a little bit unorthodox in places, I'd say they're kind of even. I'm curious to see how this pans out.
Honestly, I think if Sage is able to use this rune, if this is Sage's rune, they just have Banish into Hook combo, kind of whenever they want. And if they're too far away to hook, then you just put a pillar down and now the hook hits. So as long as Sage doesn't pick up like Castellas or Chrono, or maybe they know that timing and they can work that out too, I think they just have guaranteed kills basically every time Banish is up if the enemy team doesn't evade the Banish, which at OSAS level is kind of a coin flip, I'd argue.
Yeah, but
I will...
here,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think we're about to say the same thing. Is AJ Cannon is actually on the goalie Rasmus, and is Blades Valor on the forward Asher.
Goldie Rasmus might actually pick up the aerials here then, just for a little bit more hook range.
That's what I would go personally, because you already have pauldrons for the size, and the hook range becomes incredibly valuable when you're playing that far back. And you also just get a little bit more of that speed as well with the secondary. So that's likely the pick here. I guess we'll take
if you go pauldrons, don't you just go might for like the superpower?
That's
basically?
True as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at that 154 power on Rasmus is insane. He's just gonna beat up Spots.
Yeah, I forget that is in fact an awakening that exists now, but yeah, that's also equally as scary because now it's the pendulum swing you have to look out for. But oh my gosh, Spots with an immediate dash punch to start the power play for the side of Chikara Cat Girls. They've lost the barrier, but they're going to try and pick up one of their own, hopefully. No, actually, the defense is holding for Animal Style, and they are going to stall out that power play now as Blades Valor going to come back online.
Sage able to make that clear happen, but Dairoth here gets the interception on the path, and now with all the slimes, yeah, it's almost a matter of time, it feels like, without the proper clears. And Dairoth able to use that Juno to get it in there. But Bongoni was able to get the barrier off of the Asher, and if Boomer Guy didn't have the glitch pop there, that was actually going to be a goal. But it looks like they're just going to go for the standard Aimee kickoff of beat up whoever's near the core and hope for the best afterward.
Yeah, that was a really good KO from Spots, because like even though they didn't get the barrier on the power play, they kept the core basically in their possession even after Blades Valor respawned, and were able to get it later and then force the goal. Of course, right here now, Blades Valor missing the barrier a little bit there with that secondary is going to put Animal Style in a little bit of a tough position. However, Blades Valor able to win the Boom 2 with the barrier beam. And now looking for the pass splitter, going for the goal. Boomer Guy able to make the clear, though. Now it's off to Spots, who's looking for the dash punch. Doesn't have the range. However, Dyroth covering the bottom side is able to get it around Sage. And now it's Cat Girls on set point, up 2-0.
The power of Juno compels you, and the power of a Juno that knows how to strike with their blobs compels you even more, as Dyroth is kind of just making quick work of these goals whenever it gets in their possession. Passing to the slime, but not able to make it work. And unfortunately runs into the pillar and just dies, and Blades Valor just 1v2s, or actually mostly 1v1 because Spots wasn't able to come back in time. And in the time it took me to yap, they score an entire point.
Yeah, I mean, Animal Style by no means ever out of this game, and they're the ones with the energy up right now. They're going to have 3 core flips coming into this round, so they may be able to make something happen. The barrier is going to go down to a glitch pop there from Boomer Guys. Sage burning their core flip, trying to get over to Blades Valor, but Dyroth in this bottom corner defense trying to hold over Blades Valor with the secondary, is able to bring down that barrier. The offense is still going here for Animal Style. Pass splitter comes out, pendulum swing from AJ to try and send it back to Blades Valor. Can't quite get a hold of it, though. AJ does have a core flip to send it back up if needed. Spots dribble down to the bottom side, almost had a shot, but just couldn't quite find it, unfortunately. AJ held onto that core flip, so still going to be able to have it. Now Blades Valor on the bottom side, looking for the barrier beam. Doesn't quite find it, but has a core flip now up. However, Spots does as well. Dyroth jumping in, can't quite reach the core here. Banish coming out, glitch pop from Boomer Guy, drops the firewall sentry on the bottom side. Tries to keep it held down. Dangerous situation. Dyroth pass up to Spots. Core flip comes out, gets stalled out, goes for the dash punch. AJ Cannon finds the core flip. Keeps it safe for now, but Dyroth is still pushed up to this midfield, and Blades Valor loses the core flip, and now Spots. He's going to have the core once again. It's 2v2 now. It's Dyroth and Spots versus Sage and AJ Cannon. Sage looking for a way out of this situation, but Spots is just waiting for cooldowns to come back up. But a pass from Dyroth is going to see Spots find it right in between AJ and Sage, and that's the set going over to Chikara Cat Girls.
Cat Girls is playing these points really well, making sure that they keep control on the enemy's half of the field, and making sure that Asher just doesn't get to play the game against a character that she can kind of just run over in Aimee. A couple points, actually, Blades Valor could have maybe scored if they were a little bit more patient in their strike, but unfortunately the impatience is going to cost them. But Missile Prop comes out for the Rasmus, and now suddenly Cat Girls might be in a little bit of trouble with this Missile Prop on Rasmus.
Yeah, it's like we were just talking about earlier. The range on the hook is very good on goalie Rasmus, but as you said, big guy in this case is going to be a lot better because you have the Powerhouse Pauldron start. But now you have the best of both worlds, plus that hook is hitting harder. And as we saw there, it goes very far. AJ can kill off of kickoff without having to leave the goal box, so you don't have that that luxury of normal Rasmus kickoff where you kind of see what side he's on, and you know he's going to go for the opposite one, right? He can go for any side he wants, and if Boomer Guy even gets too aggressive, we could see a kickoff where Boomer Guy blinks in, and AJ just like predicts it and finds the hook, and suddenly the goalie's down for Cat Girls. So it's a pretty nice pickup there for the side of Animal Style. Other than that, I think it's nothing like too special, but we'll just see how they end up playing it.
We will see. I haven't seen a lot of chances for AJ Cannon to get these hooks here. As I say that, 3 people die in the span of a second and a half, and Blades Valor gets the goal. I will say that point was very well played for Blades Valor. They were losing some strike wars against Dyroth specifically, but then started getting a bit more patient and was able to get the barrier and force an unfortunate, not as a what's the term? Disadvantage for this side of Cat Girls. But a barrier here taken for Cat Girls means they have a good opportunity to tie up the set early on.
However, Blades Valor able to find a barrier in return, and with the secondary able to strike where the slime here, as now it's Animal Style who are up 2-0, making a little bit of a reverse of last set so far, looking to potentially pick up one of their own here. Dyroth is going to have a core flip coming into this kickoff. It looks like actually the banish coming out. Dyroth able to survive that, but Sage able to just take possession of the core and bring down the barrier in quick fashion there. However, now on the rebound here, it's Cat Girls who are looking for a barrier. Tyroth burns the core flip. The Firewall Sentry gets burned, but not too much gained off of that. Blades Valor goes for the shot. Gets Boomer Guy's core flip, though, but gonna have another opportunity here down in this bottom corner. It's like Sage gonna try and have to send it back in. Tyroth with the slime buys a little bit more time, trying to put some pressure on AJ Cannon here. Dash Punch comes out from Spots. There's the core flip with the pillar from Sage. Able to block the Dash Punch, and now core flip from Spots. Another great pillar from Sage. What a secondary. Piloting this rune excellently on the defense, and now the Banish coming out in the midfield to try and get this up. And there's the hook from AJ Cannon. The power play has going as Spots has been taken off the field. Sage dribbling in this midfield as Boomer Guy looks to buy some time with a Firewall Sentry. Glitch Prop comes out, defended off one more time. Spots now back online, but Blades Valor's looking for the push, and in the top corner, that's exactly what he's going to find. The Asher too strong in that position, and that's Animal Style now with a set of their own 3-0.
And a very convincing 3-0 too. The power of the Juno did not come back to help Catgirls that entire point. In fact, the slime actually griefing one of the clears earlier and resulting in a goal. And now this Asher rewarded with quick strikes and just a ton on the table here for hilariously actually going for the prize fighter, letting the hot shot drop to the Juno, but I think that's probably fine. Rune wasn't getting it either way. But now Rune gets Siege Machine for those longer pillars, and Boomer Guy gets the team player to keep it just out of the hands of Asher even more. So we'll see if this team player Hotshot Juno combo can come. He will either bite Bongoni or possibly lead to their eventual demise. We'll see.
Yeah, pretty interesting draft here. The team player on AJ is definitely a flex move. So we'll see if it ends up paying out or not. I mean, that hook is killing no matter what. So it's really just kind of helping the other abilities deal more damage here. And the Dancer on Spots can be really good for a lot of mobility on that Juliet. But of course, if they get KO'd, it's going to all get reset. However, we are going to be off to the start here with Animal Style able to secure the first point here. Not too many instances for Boomer Guy to find a good use for that team player. Animal Style was able to keep the core pretty well under control. Blades Valor doing a good job holding possession that whole set. And just not letting Boomer Guy or Dyroth find that core speed and like get those clears that they need to really capitalize on it.
I mean, how do you score against Rune's pillars and a very large Rasmus who can just keep the core away from Juliet at all times? Dyroth has like the Juno build of all time, but they're just having trouble getting through the pillars and keeping the ball in the hand of Spots 80. In fact, the core speed actually taking the barrier here, but a dead goalie means the pillar just shoots it right in and nobody's there. Nobody expects it.
Yeah, so far, Seiji living up to expectations on this rune pick, an unorthodox pick as always, but like we were saying, it could pay off if you know what you're doing. And it seems that Sage is proving that they know what they're doing. It's looking really nice. Core flip, though, burnt from Spots. Does see the barrier go down, but it's going to make its way around the world back to Blades Valor, who has a core flip of their own to send it in as Animal Style Bongoni are able to take another set 3-0. Blades Valor, the MVP once again, and Catalyst now showing up on the board is an absolutely massive pickup on this Asher.
I think this is just game over. You have Quick Strike's Catalyst on an Asher who has a little bit of size and peak performance. This Asher is just going to space glide into oblivion with flips into the ether. And it's already looking like a Blades Valor sweep for the Bongoni Brawlers, or sorry, Animal and Namel style Bongoni. And now with this Asher basically having the craziest build I've seen in a long time, I think it's over for the first game of Catgirls, but we'll see if they can keep it out of the hands of the Asher here, as the Aimi actually gets KO'd from across the map.
Oh, yeah, and okay, I'm looking at the replay. AJ put the hook on Boomer Guy's eject button, so when they eject button back, they hit the hook and instantly died. And that's what I was like pointing out at the beginning. It's like you can KO the goalie on kickoff. It's just a kind of roundabout way of doing it, but a really nice hook there from AJ. However, both sides are opened up now, and Spots has a core flip up though, so we could see Catgirls get a point here. Core flip burnt in the bottom side, gonna ricochet it off the bumper. It's gonna be enough to get it past AJ and Sage, but Catgirls gonna need a little bit more gas to be able to pull this one off. They're looking for almost a reverse sweep at this point. If they can just take it kind of one goal at a time, they should be good. But an immediate hook from AJ Cannon is going to see Spot's recovery zone get reset, and that's going to be pretty dangerous, as losing those Orb Dancer stacks could be really bad for this Juliet.
One thing that I'm noticing too is Juno's one of those characters. Oh, BlazedValor, yep, just waits a little bit, and there it is. Just a slight bit more patience gives you so many more options for those strikes. And against a character like Aimee, who doesn't have a ton of tools at her disposal to deal with those close range strike wars, she just kind of gets lost almost. But one thing I was going to comment on, it was Juno is one of those characters that just wins interactions almost for free. But the one thing that wins interactions even more is pillars, and these pillars are actually proving to be Juno's downfall a lot of this time.
Yeah, and especially with fast core speed as well, like, it's just getting hit back at such a fast speed, it's not even reactable. And another great play there from Animal Style Bongoni is going to see the pillar speed come in a bit clutch, as it's able to propel it into BlazedValor even more to secure that point, now putting Animal Style on match point for game 1. Banish coming out from Sage here. It's going to find the pillar, and that's the KO onto Spots. All the orbs are gone, and now BlazedValor looking for this barrier. It's going to go around the backside, though, unfortunately, as they look to hopefully make something out of this power play. BlazedValor has a flip, goes for the secondary here, but Boomer Guy able to clear it away. Wants the pillar coming down here from Sage. A lot of battle in this corner. Core flip coming out from Sage, trying to get it back up. Flurries from Spots is going to hold down a little while longer, but now BlazedValor dribbling. Sage goes down to the dash punch, though. 1v3 for BlazedValor, but still can't find the barrier. Now Dairoth pass up to Spots, shot to the top, sees the barrier go down. Now Jakara Catgirls has an opening here. The slime in the bottom side, AJ clears it right to it. And there's the shot. Dairoth able to bring it back a little bit, as Catgirl's going to tie it up. Set points.
I can't blame AJ too much for that. He's trying to use the advantage of the slime, or sorry, the delay of the slime to primary it away and keep it away from the core flip Juno, but unfortunately Dairoth's striking ahead of time means that core instantly goes back in AJ's face, and with Hotshot Manu, that core is going, you know, faster than some of the fighter jets you watch at air shows. But BlazedValor is just showing that this Acer is space gliding everywhere, but unfortunately loses the barrier, and a perfect shot from Spots. Holy crap. I just yap about BlazedValor and they just win.
Yeah, that was beautifully done there by Spots to bring it to a set 5 now, as Catgirls staying in this game, making it a real contest, and a lot of big things showing up here on this first draft. You got Ad Rush, you got Rapid Fire, you got extra special stacks, all this nice stuff, but it's going to be 1-2 punch picked up there by the Juliet. Deadeye does go over to AJ. I don't know if that was necessary. Might have been more of a deny against Boomer Guy, but they're just going to end up getting the extra special on the Aimee instead, which is really nice. Rampage going over to the Asher here. Stacks on the Rune and Primetime on the Juno. Ad Rush going totally unpicked. I don't know. That was a weird draft. That didn't go the way I expected.
That was a goat's draft if I've ever seen one, as Spots just gets the immediate KO with the 1-2 punch, and who cares about Asher's build if she's not on the screen. 1-2 punch once again gets another KO, and the passes from Spots and Dairoth means AJ has nowhere to go, and the hot shot Juno strikes it right in. I will say though, I think BlazedValor got size bugged there, because Rampage is just not good on this map, and low-key probably should have taken the rapid fire away from the Juno. And Spots is just using this 1-2 punch to go absolutely nuts right now.
Yeah, this is suddenly turning in the favor of Catgirls, as Sage has two Dead Awakenings on the Orb Ponder and the stacks, which both got reset. So there's not a lot left on this rune now. And yeah, like you were saying, that 1-2 punch is actually coming in really big. As there it is again! Spots killing from half the map away, finds the core flip into the bottom side, and now Catgirls are suddenly on match point. Seconds have passed since that last draft, and Catgirls are suddenly running away with game 1.
It might be set 5, but the game already looks like it's about to end before overtime of the first point is going to hit. I mean, this 1-2 punch Juliet is just going absolutely nuts, and Dairoth has perfect midfield control right now to keep it out of their hands. A great save from AJ Cannon, but they still have control with the core flip, and into the top corner, Dairoth just sinks it in, and they just came out on top. I mean, Spots went absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, Catgirl's coming back in that previous set, Spots doing what Spots does apparently, and scoring, those goals to bring back that set to get that set 5 draft was absolutely massive. But then the way Catgirls actually managed to get through that draft was really good. I think Animal Style had a couple of misdrafts there, for sure. But once that 1-2 punch came online for Spots, like it was all over. It was all over. Like Blades Valor didn't even get the opportunity to do what they've been doing all game, what we've been seeing them do all game, because it's just Spots finding the KOs. Sage lost 2 awakenings after getting KO'd on the first one, and then the rounds were just so short that they didn't have time to stack up any of their stacks, and the game just ended. The pressure was too much from this Juliet, who with the Orb Dancer as well was just running really fast, finding KOs that literally just reposition to find a KO on basically any angle because it's Imi Zap, and it was all over. That was a crazy game 1 steal from Chikara Catgirls.
I'm not even sure it was a steal. I think Catgirls just found their win condition and played to it just very well. And the win condition was you let Juliet KO the Asher, who has this crazy build, and her build doesn't mean anything if she's not on the map. And then all they have to do is keep Rune down, and once the 2 pillars are used, you can basically score on Erasmus in a effectively a 2v1. Kind of like a 2v1.25 if you have a Rune who can strike but no pillars. But, I mean, that's an easy win for a hotshot Manu Juno and a Juliet with all of her cooldowns ready. So, I think Catgirls just played to their advantages and were able to hold off the early win from Vongoni and make the game go in their favor, especially in the last set.
Yeah, definitely. And now it looks like they're actually subbing in Naue for Spots to go into game 2 here, as I guess we'll see what map that's on in just a moment. But yeah, I mean, it was looking like Animal Style were in control of that for a decent portion of the match. But I guess like you said, they just kind of found their win condition, and it just became difficult for Animal Style to really just keep possession of the core when they're getting KO'd so much. And between the core speed on Boomer Guy and Dyroth, it was like if it does get over to Blades Valor, it just gets shot right back anyway. And yeah, so the rune pick looked really good for a while, but once you get shut down like that, I mean, it really starts to hurt a lot.
I would have liked to see Sage and Aja Cannon combo, especially anyone that got banished. If they were able to just get it a free combo off the pillar into a hook into the middle, especially on Dyroth, who was getting banished quite a bit, I think they would have seen a lot more success. But just not able to find that coordination in the banish into hooks. And unfortunately, despite having Rasmus on Imi's app, yes, it's goalie Rasmus. He's not going to get as many KOs. But with Missile Prop, I mean, the middle should have just been completely off limits for the enemy team, and it didn't seem that way for the most part. So, and once they were able to keep the core away from Blades Valor, it was only a matter of time for Catgirls, because when it was in Blades Valor's hand, it was the Blades Valor show. And they 1v3'd or 1v2'd 1v3'd to victory. But when it wasn't in their hands, they struggled to get it back into Blades Valor's hands a lot. So we'll see what Naue can do for Catgirls in this next game. Will that be the difference, or will they need to bring back in Spots 80?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see for sure. We have our map, Clarion Test Chamber, on a specialized training, explosive entrance start. Geez, that's gonna be an interesting one. Obviously, explosive entrance is gonna mean there's a lot of stuff that's starting out pretty strong. First thing that pops into my head is Dyroth's Juno gets an immediate dash awakening to start, but of course you have Blade's Valor, I believe, has a Zentaro, as far as I can remember correctly. So that could be a potential ban option, potential pick option there. But the spec training on the board, like, Clarion has the ability to be a kill comp map because of just, so many of the variants either have setups that get you close to the edge or setups that will just straight up damage you. So having the spec training on the board to start, like, immediately, it's like X and Vice can be on the table as just run down, kill somebody, and, it's, kill comp thing. So I'm curious to see how the pick and bans do end up falling in this game. I feel like someone bans Zentaro. I feel like Catgirls bans Zentaro unless they're planning on taking it. And I feel like Animal Style just bans Juno, but I guess we'll find out.
I don't think you need to ban Juno on this kind of start, especially with the amount of damage that's available to you. Especially if you're able to get, like, I don't know, Vice Zentaro. I see the Vice ban come out now, which is not surprising. This is like the Vice start of all time. It's a pretty dang good Vice map to begin with, although I'd say most maps are pretty good Vice maps. And with the explosive entrance especially, so many characters' potentials become even more unlocked with that awakening. And we see yet another Jakar ban. I'm assuming somebody must be a Jakar one-trick, possibly Sage or something. Yeah, okay, because the Jakar ban on this map with this start is very strange. But if it's a targeted ban, pretty common in OSAS, so not as much of a surprise there. And also no surprise in this Aimee first pick, because Aimee with an explosive entrance start, especially if you can get her on goalie, she is just an absolute menace. So we'll see how... which team is blue right now? I assume Catgirls?
I think it's Cat.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay,
Oh,
so
Bongoni blue.
Bongoni able to secure the Aimee, but the Catgirls are able to get Estelle and Zentaro. Very, very heavy damage for that team. I know Estelle doesn't usually seem like a damage character, but she actually does quite a bit of damage, and with Explosive being up, not only does she have the dash range, but her primary just does even more damage as before. So I'm curious to see how blue team, Bongoni, is gonna try and counter this. Another rune coming out, so Sage getting that midfield rune again, which means the Aimee is the goalie in this regard. And very curious to see what brawler they decide to go. I think it would be tough to play an X into this team. I think he just kind of gets beat up. They might just opt for the Asher again. Asher not as great at killing as some of the other brawlers, but she can beat people up, and there it is. There's the Asher. So, Rune, Asher, Aimee. I'm not sure how I feel about that, honestly. I feel like the Rune is just going to get kind of beat up this whole game. But a Dubu pick from Catgirls, these teams almost look confused. They're not sure if they want to damage, they're not sure if they want to KO. It's going to be a very strange game, I think. It's definitely not a lineup I have seen in a good while.
It's unorthodox, to be sure, especially, I think, Animal Styles team comp here. I mean, the Zentaro Estelle double pick there for Catgirls, I think, is a really good red side pick on this start, because you're getting the dash start, and you're getting the damage, like you pointed out. The Dubu does seem a little bit out of place, but I imagine, it's Clarion. Boomer Guy's just going to sit on a barrier and try and hold it down against this Asher and this Rune, really, while the forwards kind of do the heavy lifting on any of the kill department or whatnot. Probably just be a specialized training pickup on the off chance that someone does get too close to a wall or something. Dubu can kill with this. It's just not, something to be relied upon. But yeah, Bongoni's draft is interesting because Rune is not getting a lot here. Like, I assume that they're taking spec. I don't know. Explosive does like nothing for Rune, really.
Actually, explosive does a lot for Rune. It makes
does?
it makes core go red in overtime, I believe, with just explosive. Maybe he
yeah,
needs a little
overtime,
bit more power because both of his pillars are impacts. It also makes his banish combo a little stronger. But in general, I don't think you ever take spec on Rune anyway, so you might as well just take explosive and use the impact damage. Full slicks here, except for Blades Power going with Vambrace, deciding not to space glide this game.
Whoa.
And
Boomer
explosive entrance Dubu. This dude is about to fly, and spec training Sage and spec training Blades Valor. Interesting. Blades Valor deciding not to fly as we get started here on this first point.
Yeah, the explosive on Boomer Guy is definitely a massive risk with not really a lot of reward. Getting stuck in Duber roll can be crippling. I think Spec was definitely the pickup there, but we'll see if it pays off or not. There are like niche times when it does actually, end up paying off, but we'll just have to see how it goes. This being said, great defense for Boomer Guy. Finds the Soren angle, however. The unfortunate bounce off the little side street there is going to mean that... Wait, AJ can't... Wait. Oh, it's a glitch pop from AJ Cannon.
Off the middle, yeah.
Yeah, it sent it right up. That was really well placed there from AJ, but... Yeah, first point going over to Animal Style.
That might have actually been a slight ping difference, because I think normally Boomer Guy's strike was up, but I think just the very slight delay on the actual pressing of the button meant that the strike didn't come out in time. And but I will say Boomer Guy had a really good hold there, recognizing that Asher had the ability to just stuff it through him, and using the secondary to go for a second Soren angle to hold it down. And AJ Cannon forced to use the flip here. As the point continues, and Blades Valor just stuffs the goalie into the goal, and then stuffs the core into the goal. Holy crap, Blades Valor going just crazy yet again.
So that's spec training pickup right there. Spec training Asher coming in clutch, possibly, likely killing Boomer Guy there. But we are seeing another Animal Style kind of kickoff win here. Already one barrier down, but we do have some core flips up for the side of Cat Girls should things get dicey. However, both barriers are down. Core flip getting birdie from Dairoth, but Blades Valor finds another KO on a Boomer Guy. Now also burns the core flip, finds one barrier here with a power play for Animal Style. Could be lethal here, AJ. Waiting out the Zenol, getting up to Sage, who is stuck in the goo, but now it's Blades Valor on the top side. Looks for the barrier beam. Dairoth finds a clear. Now Boomer Guy back online. They've stalled it out, but they still have this open goal to contend with, and one more barrier of their own to bring down. Sage in the midfield, AJ Cannon as well, trying to work it up to Blades Valor, able to get it past the log, eating it up, and sending it into the bottom side, and that's Animal Style taking the first set.
Ooh, unfortunate log there from Boomer Guy, opting to try and use the log to interrupt the Asher, but Asher is just able to grab that core and throw it right past the log and past the Dubu, who was then out of position. And Catalyst here, first pickup. A lot of interesting awakenings here. Zentaro probably going to grab the 1-2 punch, I would assume. Going for the Monumentalist deny. Okay. Monumentalist Zentaro, everyone. We're here. And the Ore Ponder deny onto the Dubu makes perfect sense. And Estelle deciding to go for Reptile Remedy. So a very strange draft by far. Looking like Now is in the game for Naue, but instead no Now and a Monumentalist Zentaro for the counter pick. Maybe against the Rune? I don't even know if Moni is that great for Rune anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think it is, because it messes up your pillar placements, because it's harder for them to form fully. So yeah, that's a very weird pick on Zentaro, obviously, but I'll say it, if Cat Girls manages to win this game with the Monumentalist now, they might be legends. However, it's not looking that way, as Animal Style are able to now score their 4th goal uncontested to start us off in the second set.
Especially because now, if they took up 1-2 punch there, that's a 1-2 punch explosive Zentaro. You kind of just press buttons on somebody and they just die. So now you don't have that option, and you have Blades Valor, who's on this Asher, who starts with 25 power, and spec 1-2 means that Dorito is going to chew them up instead of be chewed up itself. As we see the Banish come out here for Sage, and the Dorito being used to I don't know, maybe KO, maybe maintain pressure. But they're just not able to get it past Blade's Valor here, who actually whiffs the strike and then just wins the strike war. The old whiff your core flip into win the strike war next interaction combo.
Yeah, Blade's Valor whiffs the strike, Naue whiffs the flip, and then Blade's Valor wins the strike war and finds the goal. I mean, it's crazy though. Every time Blade's Valor gets this core, Catgirl's defense just absolutely collapses. Like, something falls every time this Asher interacts with this core.
Particle accelerator.
Yeah, Dubu moment there, though. We'll see it saved away, but Boomer Guy whiffs the flip.
What?
However, he's able to get out once. The glitch pop from AJ Can actually sends it backwards a little bit there. And so far, this barrier will hold for Catgirls, but they need to get some barriers now of their own. Boomer Guy pushing way up to the midfield here. Now able to get one. He's going to get past Dyroth, though, and AJ Cannon pushed out. Pillar comes out, pass splitter comes out, and it's enough. The barrier goes down. Core flip here from Seiji, but bounce off the center. Gets it right to Blade's Valor. Wins the 1v3. And another set goes over to Animal Style Bongoni. 6 points to none so far. As they are just looking to... They're saying, let's get on with it. Bring it to game 3. As they're looking to make this a sweep. We got some nice things on the board. Unstoppable is going to be the pickup here for Blade's Valor. It's a good deny. It's a good awakening in general. But there's some other nice things here as well. Stacks going over to Boomer Guy. This might be a rapid fire angle. Yeah, for the rune, which looks really good. Zentaro, probably bulk up or stinger. Going to be a twin drive, which is pretty nice with the thing. Denies it away from the Aimi, who ends up going for Siege Machine there, interestingly enough. But
see, now imagine this Zentaro page. Instead of twin drive, you have Stinger 1-2 punch. Who survives? Yeah. That would have been a crazy Zentaro page, and now you have a very sad Zentaro who pretty much only has explosive, and Twin Drive is a nice combo, but I mean, just imagine the damage now it could be putting out with that combo had the Monu not been denied. But, c'est la vie, as Blade's Valor might be able to just run away with this, being able to deny the 1-2 punch, and now can just walk into logs, walk through Dubu ults, do whatever they want, as they just... kill the Dubu. Sage is going to push up with the pillar. You can't clear down anymore. Can't clear mid because AJ Cannon's there. And now it's just the Blade's Valor 1v2. You know,
yeah, it's not looking good.
If Blade's Valor gets any size, if they even lose this set, if Blade's Valor gets any size, they win. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like they already kind of win guaranteed. I mean, we were saying at the beginning, Catgirls was looking like they were going for the damage angle, but you know, now I didn't pick up any damage items that were available, and now we've kind of got this weird Zentaro build that really only has, like, the double long dash is good, but like you're missing out so much, and Blade's Valor is just apparently way too powerful for anyone to deal with at the moment. So you don't have the ability to just KO the forward anymore. Like, that win condition has gone so far out the window at this point that it's going to be a bit of a miracle for Catgirls to try and bring this game back into their control. But I mean, we'll see if they can find a way. Blade's Valor struggling to get this last barrier here on the bouncer map. It does give Boomer Guy a few more ways to get it out. However, the secondary and the primary there off that nice bounce is going to see that barrier go down. Now with the core flip up, can't find the strike, but finds a core flip down to the bottom. Unfortunate bounce though. Sends it back to the midfield here. Now AJ Cannon has to try and get it back. Now it goes for the barrier core flip from AJ Cannon. Gets it over to Seiji. Blade's Valor goes for it. Roll from Boomer Guy. Saves it once. But Dyroth now trying to get it out. Now fighting a Firewall Sentry here, though. Nice placement there from AJ Cannon. Keeping it held down. Pillar from Sage. Blocks it away from Naue. Is now AJ sending it in. Core flip has to come out from Dyroth there. Blade's Valor almost found the angle. Core flip saved it away. And now Naue with the dash finds the barrier. Both sides open. They have a chance to score. Naue to the bottom. It bounces the wrong way. It's a bad bounce. That was so unfortunate. But they have a chance to score. Skill Dyroth versus Sage in the midfield. Pass up to Naue. Has to get past the pillar. Has to get past the bumper. They can't get a hold of it. It gets back to Blade's Valor. Boomer Guy able to save it away, but not twice. Blade's Valor finds it again. And there's the point. Animal Style on match point. And have left Chikara Catgirls to an absolute shutout so far.
That was a crazy point. I think there was 2 whiff flips, which I think makes 6 whiff flips in this series so far. And the nerves, I think, just coming out for Catgirls, who see the possible win slipping through their fingers as they're currently almost getting 9-0'd. I think they've scored maybe 1 or 2 goals this entire point. But now with Naue getting that KO on Sage, they have an opportunity to make something here and keep themselves alive. But the Dorito says no. The pass up, and AJ Cannon with the perfect strike also says no, and now Sage is back.
Yeah, so far holding it down, but yeah, Catgirls have not been able to find this offense.
strike
However,
warrior.
I say that now able to find the shot into the bottom, and Catgirls will be getting on the scoreboard this game. Animal Style will not be receiving their perfect game 2, but it is a complete 100% reverse sweep at this point. They have to win 3 sets in a row from being down 2-0 on the last set to take this one back into their hands and win the series, prevent a game 3 from happening. However, they do have an open goal, so they have the opportunity here. Corflip from Naue, pass up to Dairoth. Doesn't have the piercing shot, though. He's going to have to rely on Naue to find the dash, but not going to be good, unfortunately. Corflip from Boomer Guy gets shut down by Blades Valor, and one barrier now getting down. Seiji versus Dairoth in the midfield. Dairoth pass down to Naue in the bottom, is going to be able to find it in between AJ Cannon. A great place shot there. Was aware of the eject button and placed it right in the center there. As now Catgirls have it on set point. It's an opportunity, a small glimmer of hope for them to bring it back.
Naue and Dairoth played that point really well, just finding the passes and trying to make sure that whoever had the core had the ability to get it forward and shove it through, or insist in that shove. But with Naue being staggered now, it's going to be very difficult for the Zentaro to find a lot of value here, at risk of death at all times. And with the eject button from AJ Cannon, they're able to get the barrier and threaten the point, but Bladespower missed the flip again. I think that's 4 whiff flips now in this series. And here comes the barrier for Naue. It's anyone's point, and it's a very critical point for Bongoli to trike this before Catgirls can potentially come back. And Dairoth with a piercing shot. Sage loses the strike war against this piercing shot, and Dairoth saves it. Had flip too, so not really at threat of losing that point, but wins the point anyway. And now Zentaro gets an opportunity here to try and get something more of value in his kit with a heavy impact here.
Yeah, Catgirls definitely locked in and punished Animal Style's mistakes on that set. But extra special pickup here from the Zentaro. Another deny coming out. Denying it away from AJ Cannon. But this is kind of the problem that we've been seeing, though, is now he's been taking a lot of denies, but not really a lot of good items for the character that they're playing, and it's still aerials going over to AJ. That's double dash, double projectile range. So that cat is going to be absolutely flying here, and Boomer Guy actually takes Among Titans, which is a very weird pickup on Dubu when you have Estelle and Zen on your team.
It's not actually that weird. That was actually, I think that was an incredibly big brain draft by Blades Valor there. Seeing the recovery drone, but going Might means that Among Titans pickup by the rune that follows Boomer Guy means that Blades Valor gets double duty on the Might and the power that Might gives, instead of just getting the Seer size from recovery drone. So by picking Might, it forced Dubu to pick Among Us and keep them away from Orb Dancer. I think that was actually crazy.
So that was actually Blades Valor orchestrated that. That's really good because no one on Zen and Estelle don't really care about size all that much, and Boomer Guy losing the size is kind of unfortunate. So that was really well piloted there from Bongoni in general. Now you got the double orbs on Sage as well, but it doesn't matter because the glitch pop is not able to get it past Naue, who's able to punish that and send it right into the center once again. And now Catgirls are the ones who have scored 4 in a row and are slowly looking to bring this back, but they need to be careful, obviously. One more set in Animal Style, bring it to a game 3. However, if they're able to drag this out and actually win this, I mean, that's a series for them, and they have 3 core flips up right now. They have an opportunity to actually bring this back from the absolute bottom, the jaws of defeat. 1 core flip burnt here from Boomer Guy, 1 from Naue, but no barriers going down. It's not particularly good. Dairoth also out of a core flip, unfortunately, and Blades Valor is the one with energy up now as they're trying to keep it in this top corner here, but the defense so far holding the pillar from Sage, though, is going to be enough to get it past Boomer Guy. So now the goal for Catgirls is open. Blades Valor has the core flip, sends it to the bottom. Boomer Guy tries to clear up, but the pillar from Sage is going to block it away and find the point. It's now Animal Style able to put themselves on the board once again and tie it up 1-1.
Wow, almost nowhere to go for that clear either. But is this the world's slowest Dubu or what? Look at this! Look at this guy. A few more strikes, and this is gonna be. I think this is like 740 speed Dubu once the stack comes online. That's gonna be insane.
I mean, speed is very good on Dubu in general. So like, it's not bad. It's just like losing the size hurts. But yeah, with the boots and the stacks, it actually makes up for it pretty significantly. That being said, what a play from AJ Cannon.
The Dorito with the perfect redirect into the corner. That was actually gonna miss. That was actually gonna miss.
You can see AJ eject buttoned basically from his own goal box with the double dash awakenings, and literally flew across the entire field and made that play. So there is no safety at this point from this IME. It's kind of crazy.
And the siege machine IME means the turrets get even harder to deal with. Plus the aerials and siege machine means it reaches cross map too. Yeah. I mean, this dude was fast, but Boomer Guy had to pick among Titans, or they lost the game even harder. And now he's a little too small. Look at the size difference here between Blades Valor and Boomer Guy. I think Boomer Guy just needs to kind of play more like a Kai at this point and try and stay in front of Blades Valor with that speed instead of back. But not sure if they recognize what they need to do here as the Spec Training 1-2 punch comes into play. And here's Blades Valor. Oh, almost gets it in, but the primary actually misses the core. Oh, a little panic.
In the net?
He forwards in the net. Now he panics, losing the strike war, misses the flip, and then doesn't read the shot back down into the corner. And Bongoni just take a super convincing game there. Kakros could just not find their footing that whole game, barely eking out their one set. And I think this game has suddenly become a lot closer than it looked in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. Going into a game 3, all of a sudden, game 1 was close. This game, Animal Style absolutely dominated. Kakros looked like they had a little bit of something going for a moment, but I think those drafts on Naue... Well, first off, Animal Style navigated their drafts really well and got like basically everything they wanted. I think Naue, though, unfortunately, got a little bit too focused on denying things and just ended up not really having the build that this comp needed, which we expected to be like damage, but taking all the weird awakenings and not picking up the the Zentaro damage ones that were like right there made that just not viable. And when that's not viable, you can only capitalize on Animal Style's mistakes, which is kind of how they won that set, but that's just not a reliable way to win a game, especially when Animal Style is playing as well as they are, and Blades Valor is doing this much damage and just this much I guess pressure on the offense and just winning all these interactions.
Honestly, play of the game for me was that draft of going from recovery drone to the Might pickup, forcing Dubu onto the Among Us pickup was just wild. I couldn't believe that. I almost wonder if the Ore pickup was better for Dubu, but that was crazy. That was like one of the biggest brains drafts I've ever seen in OSAS, if that was even the intention to begin with. Yeah,
I mean, I hope that it was, because once you pointed out what actually happened there, that was huge, right? But I mean, when Animal Style that was a very similar comp to what they were doing in the previous game, other than the big change being AJ on the IME rather than the Rasmus. But they looked so good. Once again, the rune, even though it wasn't really a rune start, Sage piloted it quite well. So I'm beginning to wonder, we're seeing this Drakkar ban come out from Catgirls every single time, and I'm beginning to wonder if it's really worth it, because you're banning away the Drakkar, sure, maybe it's the comfort character, but it seems like they could just play rune instead and it's totally fine. So would it make more sense to maybe ban away the Asher or something of AJ's? Because I don't know. Drakkar as a character isn't that good right now, so I can't imagine, even if they're good at playing it, that it's any more scary than the rune that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think just keeping somebody off of their comfort pick just makes any team a little easier to deal with in OSAS, right? You got to find that person that doesn't play a lot of characters, keep them off their comfort, and then play around that weakness as much as you can. And I don't think Catgirls were able to do that last game because they spent a lot of time forcing the core into corners, which is where Rune really just shines. And you don't even have to be like an amazing Rune to even do that, right? You just put a pillar in the corner and you just wait above it, because they either have to multi-clear into the pillar over and over, and then now they don't have any way to get it around you if you still get the core, or you wait for it to go back up and it's a free opportunity once again and denies an entire clear angle for a solid 2.5 seconds-ish. So, and it's not like it's, you know, the biggest brain play to just slap a pillar in a corner and hope for the best. So maybe I don't know, maybe they need to let Sage have the Jakar. I think it's better normally just to keep people off their comfort and try and play around whatever weaknesses they might have because they're not on comfort at that point. But I think Catgirls, number one, need to get out of their heads from that last game. It looked like that last game kind of got into their heads a bit, especially as it started to fall out of their hands pretty rapidly. So if they are able to just kind of take a step back, take a breath, and make sure they can move into this next game with the right mindset, I think they'll be okay. As we're going to get into Night Market, it is a missile prop. Of course it's missile prop with the Jakar player, huh? Missile prop peak performance means that Jakar is probably going to get banned again, but I am curious what Bongoni's going to decide to ban here against Catgirls.
Yeah, could be interesting. I mean, the peak performance being there leaves obviously a lot on the table. Very universal awakening. So it's really just coming down to comfort picks, which, I mean, like you said, is kind of the name of the game in OSAS. So I think we'll see what pops up. We've seen a lot of IME come out from both sides. Both goalies clearly competent enough on the character. As I mean, they've each won the game that they've had it on, right? So I'm curious to see if that ends up actually being a factor in the bans, or if I think Animal Style is blue side once again here, so they may end up just first picking it like they did last time, which, I mean, seemed to go pretty well. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it's a Drek ban and then we see Aimee, Rune, Asher again from Animal Style. But Catgirls, of course, have the option, you know, if they so choose, to get some, you know, to get their forward duo in their red side pickup here, which I imagine is going to be Juno, right, on Dairoth, and something else, probably the Brawler.
Lowest of keys. I think if either team have an X era, they just win this.
That's
because
like,
this is a really good X era start with the peak, with the stagger already available to them.
That's what
if you can secure X era on Night Market with a peak start, I think you kind of just scale into oblivion and win the game. But I don't know if either team has that duo ready and available.
That was my line of thinking as well. Because as far as I'm aware, I don't think I've seen either of these teams play it. So I don't know, like, if it's something that they're not like super comfortable on, if they're willing to whip it out in game 3 of losers finals when like so much is on the line right now. But I guess we'll serve to see. I mean, a lot is viable here. We could see a Juliet pick. Obviously, really good on this map. You have the peak to work with once again. So, like, in terms of brawlers, there's a lot on the table. So if it is, like, I think Animal Style has been banning out, like, goalies. Like, I think it was, like, Mako last time or something. And we've seen the Jakar ban from Catgirls. There's so much open for Blade's Valor, and actually looks like Spots is getting rotated back in now. So Spots, who we saw on the Juliet last time, is now back in for Catgirls. So, like, Blade's Valor and Spots basically, like, have their pick of the bunch for, like, characters they want to play, because they're not getting targeted, at least not yet. We could see that change, maybe, but it might just be Jakar ban again. And like X is very good on this map, but in the absence of X, Juliet and Asher both work really well as well, and so does Rasmus, honestly. So I'm curious to see the angle that they end up going in terms of the forwards. I think a lot of this is really leaning on kind of the midfield goalie picks. Like that's where the contest really seems to be lying in terms of the draft.
Yeah, Night Market is rarely about the brawlers. It tends to be which midfield can win more interactions and which goalie can hold down that last barrier more often than not. But I will say I would be surprised if the brawlers here weren't just Juliet and Asher, especially with a peak start. And I would be shocked if Boomer Guy didn't pick Dubu. In fact, Bongoni may even be debating picking Dubu here to deny Boomer Guy, because Missile Prop Dubu on Night Market is just a monster. He just walks up to the midfield line, throws out ult, and you just you have nowhere to go anymore. So it could be a deadly combination in a Dubu getting Missile Prop and allowing an Asher to exist, or even a Juliet. Because Dubu denies one angle and Juliet's just sitting on the other side waiting for the other angle while the midfielder goes up with the Dubu, and you just get any score for basically free. And Dubu can just maintain mid control while doing all that. He doesn't even have to worry about, not being fast enough to get back. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Juliet, Asher, Dubu here. It's the other three I'm a little unsure of. I assume Dairoth Pay probably goes Juno if it's up. Not exactly a unknown Juno map, Night Market. But I'm very interested to see what Sage decides to play, depending on what might be banned for them. The picks and bans didn't come through for me on the
me neither
on the main screen, so I don't know what they picked and banned. But we are getting into game. Okay. Ping test. Okay.
Ping test.
So Imi banned first here. Actually, that's a very interesting one.
Yeah.
This does not feel like an Imi start, but I do know that most people agree that Imi is probably one of her strongest iterations right now, especially as goalie. And if you have an Imi goalie player on Night Market, which is one of her best maps besides maybe Atlas, just getting rid of it is probably the plan. And they actually do opt for the Asher ban here. Getting tired of that Asher in their face and forcing them to get off of it. But now AJ Cannon gets to deny the Dubu from the side of Catgirls. If I'm not mistaken, they're still the same colors. So, able to just deny this here and secure this Missile Prop Dubu on Night Market. I mean, one of the strongest picks in the goalie position on this start. Red team actually opting for Vice Juliet. I mean, KO them or what?
Yeah, this AJ Cannon on the Vice goalie as well. It looks like Sage is potentially going for another rune pick here. So, I mean, already it's looking a little bit different than I may have expected. But, yeah, the Dubu first pick is really good, like we were saying. And I imagine it's gonna... Oh, wow, wait, a Luna pick comes through, actually. Never mind, I'm going to throw that sentence away because it doesn't matter. My stream is, like, slightly delayed, so I see these, like, 5 seconds after they actually come in, but...
I mean, set phasers to crater, because it's about to be a Luna angle with this Missile Prop Luna on this start. Wow, this is the weirdest team comp I've seen in a long time. Especially on Night Market, this is looking like a Norms game with the Luna Rune forward combination. Maybe a Dubu forward? I don't know.
I don't think so. If it is a Dubu forward, Luna goalie Rune forward, that would be probably psychotic. It's already very unorthodox, but I think that would just like push it over the edge of like, what is happening? This is game 3. Like, are we really risking it that hard? Are we trying to cook this much? But there's the Juno pick for Catgirls. That's Dairoth. So Vice goalie with the Juliet brawler, and then Dairoth in the midfield on the Juno versus Dubu, Luna, Rune for Animal Style. I mean, I think no matter how this goes, it's gonna be an interesting game.
It looks like everyone was confused again on whether they want to play damage or not.
Yeah.
We have a Vice goalie, but a Juno midfield. I mean, Juno does a lot of damage, but isn't exactly known for being like the damage character unless your name is ZZZ. So seeing the Juno here with a Vice goalie against, I don't even know how Vice goalie does against double midfield, right? Because that's effectively what Bongoni's going for here is a double midfield composition. Dubu
Wait,
forward.
Dubu
Let's
forward?
go.
Yo, okay.
I'm happy. This is the weirdest game, but it makes
yeah.
way more sense.
It's time to lock in. It is time to absolutely lock in for Game 3 of the Losers Finals, because it is Dubu forward. I assume Luna goalie, and unless it's Rune goalie, but I don't know if that would be better or worse. That might be worse.
I don't know if AJ Cannon plays Rune.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I imagine it's just Sage on the Rune.
But I mean, lock in, Glorp deployed. It's about to be a Dubu forward angle. And imagine if Dyroth didn't pick Juno here and instead picked, like, I don't know, any other damage character. This Dubu would have a heck of a time.
Mm-hmm.
But without the damage pressure, without as much damage pressure, the Dubu might be able to just kind of space glide into oblivion and make short work of this Vice. I mean, how does a Vice ever save against a Dubu?
It's going to be really tough on the defensive end for Cat Girls here. They're really just relying on their momentum to like win kickoff and just keep winning in the midfield, which is going to rely on Dyroth versus Sage's Rune, which, I mean, as we're seeing on the IMEZAP game, if Sage just places the pillars correctly, it becomes very difficult for Dyroth to get the core through, with the slimes, as Rune can, kind of just cut off wherever the slimes are going to go from basically wherever he's standing. So that's really the challenge I think that Cat Girls are facing, because if the momentum does get in the side of Bongoni and they start working their way up the field and it gets into the hands of Blades Valor's Dubu forward, I mean, Boomer Guy might be cooked on this Vice. It's going to be very difficult, as you said, for this Vice to find clears against a Dubu just stuffing the core straight forward. So that's really what it's going to come down to for Cat Girls, is can they maintain possession for as long as possible?
I think this game is going to come down a lot to what can they keep off of the Vice damage-wise? Does the dash punch end the Dubu over and over and over? And can the Dubu find the drafts to stay alive? So I think number one, they need to keep Stinger away from Vice, and maybe Heavy Impact and other stuff, but I think number one, Stinger, because of Dubu's stagger scaling. And number two, can they get Catalyst and Stagger on Dubu? And number three, can Blades Valor avoid the dash punch? I think if those three steps can be met, then Blades Valor just takes over this game, as long as the core can get in that direction. And on Night Market, you can kind of expect that to happen, although Dyroth on the Juno has proven to be quite the force, even against the Rune Pillars. But I think this is ultimately Blades Valor's game to lose, as long as they're able to stay alive.
Yeah, that's a very good way of looking at it. I agree here, but yeah, looking at these awakenings and whatnot, pretty standard stuff. Boomer Guy opting for the missile prop. Blades of Valor also going for the missile prop here, which it's what you I imagine you pick on Dubu forward, but like you were just saying, not starting with the peak does initially inhibit Blades Valor's ability to find that stagger scaling. So it's going to really come down to a little bit of luck of the draft and where they end up in draft position with everyone else to see if they're able to find that survivability, as going for the more offensive-oriented thing is obviously a little bit of a risk. But it seems like Cat Girls have so far, at least in this first round, been able to hold the core and get both barriers here. Blades Valor now able to get one in return. Looking for a little bit more. AJ trying to dash up, but pressure now once again back on the side as Cat Girls trying to regain possession here, and a shot from Dyroth, the slime to the top. It looked like it was a pass to Spots, but AJ just couldn't quite reach it regardless. We'll see Cat Girls first on the board.
Yeah, Blades Valor not having ultimate there means that they weren't able to secure the barrier and keep control. And this is really also kind of going to come down to, oh no, there's the dash punch like we were talking about. No Dubu means very little scoring opportunities. But I think that's also going to come down to these goalie picks, right? Neither of these goalies well known for their defensive capability, except on like really crazy good specialists. So really, whichever side can keep the core forward more is going to probably win this game. And I think I trust Dyroth to do that more than Sage. So I think if Sage can step it up a little bit more, then Bogoni can have this pretty easily. But if Dyroth does Dyroth things and maintains the midfield control like that, then they can make these points happen against this lack of defense that Luna has.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And right now it's Catgirls who have the open goal, and this barrier has just been absolutely held down with no little part of Dyroth's defenses there, just keeping it held down, keeping the core away from Blade's Valor there. And once again, a shot from Dyroth to the top side is going to be the point for Catgirls as they now bring it to set point 2-0. And looking pretty good going into this first one. They can keep Blade's Valor, which so far it looks like Blade's Valor the lowest in the XP, so will be at the bottom of the draft. And Catgirls winning this first draft, getting some damage onto Boomer Guy. Blade's Valor's already taken a lot of damage this set. They've already been staggered a fair bit, and they're going to be stuck with the chump change if they can't manage to get some barriers and get some goals here. And it could be a really bit of a snowball effect here for Catgirls if they're just able to score here and run away with this first draft.
I will say Blade's Valor does not look nearly as comfortable on this Dubu forward pick. Opting to use the roll more like a dash as opposed to just stopping the core and mixing things up. So it looks like they don't play the Dubu as much as, say, the Asher that we've been seeing. And unfortunately, the Dubu is just getting KO'd left and right, which I guess is kind of par for the course for Dubu. Oh, what a save from AJ Cannon. And no field goal for spots there. Not opting to shoot it between the two characters, but the Army of Slime says, no thank you, you don't get to clear the game and play the game anymore.
Yeah, now Dyroth the MVP. I think his Blade's Valor is going to get stuck at the bottom here, and yeah, there it is.
Hot
and some
shot.
some nice things showing up. Hot shot, probably the pickup for this Juno. Bulk Up and Reptile Remedy and Quick Strikes also all here. I imagine a lot of this is going to get picked throughout the draft. There's the Bulk Up onto AJ Cannon, who doesn't have any stagger scaling, but wanted to take it away from Boomer Guy. But Boomer Guy is getting explosive entrance regardless, and Boomer Guy doesn't have any stagger scaling either. So maybe a bit of an interesting pickup there instead of the Quick Strikes. But Quick Strikes will make its way to Sage, which is nice. Prize Fighter on the Juliet here, and Blade's Valor does end up getting the Reptile Remedy. So that is going to be some pretty nice survivability for this Dubu. But it's still going to be obviously difficult. The hot shots on Dyroth is a really big pickup here for Catgirls.
The Reptile Remedy almost doesn't make any difference because all of Blade's Valor's deaths have not been to stagger depletion. They've been to Juliet Dash Punch or being too close to the edge to something else. Oh wow, what a strike find from spots there. Crazy. But I will say allowing Sage to pick up Quick Strike here, in my opinion, is a mistake. Because on Night Market, right, it tends to be Battle of the Ping Pong, and thus Quick Strikes tends to become almost a win condition in the right hands. And allowing Sage to get one of Juno's major counters in Quick Strikes means that Sage actually has a better chance to keep this core forward. But if they are able to just kill Sage, I guess it doesn't matter in the end.
Yeah, we'll have to see, though. One barrier to one barrier, but a wayward shot there is actually going to see Animal Style open up Catgirl's side of the goal here. AJ does have a flip if things go wrong. Burns it here. Spots burns the flip as well, but it's going to find the dash punch. The Crater Maker coming out to hold the defense, but both sides are open now as overtime does approach. Boomer Guy in this bottom side able to get it through Sage, but the battle over midfield is ensuing between Dyroth and Sage trying to get it back to Spots. The Slime's coming out. AJ able to clear it away, though. But now it's Blade's Valor in the top side. The eject button's gone for Boomer Guy. Spent too much time at the top. And Blade's Valor just walks it right in the soup, I guess for insurance, but Boomer Guy trapped out in the middle of no man's land. Couldn't get back to save that one. And Animal Style will tie it up.
That ult might actually set the tone for this game. If Blade's Valor is willing to commit the ult there in what was effectively a guaranteed point regardless, like, Blade's Valor could have literally not struck that and it would have been a goal. So to see the ult come out there means that the mindset might actually not be in the right spot. But Blade's Valor proving me wrong, getting this double barrier, and is now As long as they can get the core one more time and Vice doesn't have primary, I think this goes in.
Yeah, gonna be a tough here. However, both barriers falling down in a bit of an unfortunate fashion there for Animal Styles. Now all 3 members of Cat Girls up on the offense here. Spot's able to find the dash punch through both Sage and AJ Cannon. And now Cat Girls once again on set point here. And this is what we were kind of talking about earlier, right? Like whoever's keeping it forward more is more likely to score, as the defenses from, you know, Vice and Luna Goalie are not there to really stop the stuffing of Juliet and Dubu. However, it's consistently seemed like it's Cat Girls who are much better on the receiving end of that. And I mean, Dyroth and whenever they come back for the defense, has been really kind of stopping Blade's Valor for the most part. They do see Sage set up a nice shot there to tie it up, but Cat Girls are still looking pretty good as long as they can consistently, you know, keep this thing forward.
Yeah, and we're getting some lore about how both teams, depending on which server is picked, means one team's at a pretty heavy ping disadvantage from the looks of it. It's been a bit hard to tell if ping has been a deciding factor in these games, but I have noticed a little bit of like slightly delayed reactions in some regard that could be ping related. We'll see, but I mean, holy midfielding, holy strike warring. The Pillar, the Rocket, and Blade's Valor just standing in their face means that they don't have enough resources to keep it away, and they get a set, a very crucial set here too, especially with more stagger scaling being here. Reaver pickup going to the Luna. Over the rapid fire is a little interesting. I assume Vice picks it here because you never want to give Rune rapid fire, and now it's really up to the Rune what he wants. But if this Dubu gets Orb Dancer, that's gonna be insane. Okay,
wow.
it's time to Space Blade, young man.
Yeah.
And this Dubu's about to be super fast.
Yeah, pretty interesting draft all around there. Dyroth did get the 1-2 punch as well with the hot shot. Spot's got the ad rush on the Juliet, which is nice for finding some of those KOs. But yeah, Orb Dancer on Blade's Valor is absolutely huge because, one, you're getting speed on Dubu, which you want, but you're also getting speed on the forward. So like you can reposition and move around the map a lot more freely rather than kind of being forced to stay up in Boomer Guy's face the whole time. So there's going to be a little bit more help in the defense, like in the midfield now for Blade's Valor, and like more chances for them to like convert back onto the offense as well. So it's a really nice pickup that kind of helps the whole team here for the side of Animal Style. And already they've got the goal open and the offense is going. AJ dashing up here and the KO comes out onto Boomer Guy. The power play has started and Blade's Valor looking for the roll. Dyroth able to hold it down so far. But now Stacey bringing down in the bottom side. It's going to bounce up, looking for the shot here in the top. Dyroth holding to the soup is just going to shut everything down. And
yeah,
there it is.
That's unsavable. You got a Rune Pillar in the top. You got the soup/donuts heading your way. I would like to see Blade's Valor be a little bit more greedy about the orbs. They have yet to pick up a single orb despite having Orb Dancer, and if this Dubu has any ounce of speed, they just win the game almost immediately. So getting speed on this Dubu, I think, is of near paramount priority, at least in the first couple of points. As we see, actually Blade's Valor gets KO'd there despite that, and AJ Cannon barely moving a strike means that they lose the barrier, but uses the flip to get the barrier and keep this point going. But with Juno in play, it's very hard to keep that midfield control. Oh no, AJ Cannon lagging. Almost loses the point because of it. And finally resetting mostly to neutral as the flip comes out. And now we're in a decent spot. Blade's Valor getting the 1v1 against the Vice, though, means that Donut almost scored by itself. And now with the flip coming out, little opportunity for Blade's Valor to score at this point, especially with the Juno and the dash punch coming their way. Sage opting to just secondary away, save their life, try and maybe win one more interaction. And unfortunately losing the point there, but what can you do when you have a Juno and a Juliet in your face?
Yeah, and speaking of this Juliet, like, that was 2 ad rush procs there from Spots 80, who now has max prize fighter stacks. Like, this Juliet is killing from pretty decently far away and getting a huge reward every time that they're able to do it. Because like not only do you potentially get the orb stacks off of Blade's Valor, but you're also getting, you know, the prize fighter stacks and of course the ad rush proc, which is just absolutely massive for the power play, especially in this case when Animal Style don't have like a super hard like anti-stuffing defense here. However, it is Blade's Valor who's actually taking a lot of damage right now. They do have an open goal though. AJ jumping up has the flip, gets blocked away though by Spots. There's still 2 barriers for Cackles to force their way through. Dairoth shot to the top, finds one. Spots on the top, is going to find another one, but it's going back over. AJ coming in, able to find the bump, get it past Boomer Guy, who is not in range to flip in time, unfortunately. And it is Animal Style now, who have brought it to a set point of their own to try and keep this one close, to try and find a lead here.
It looks like Catgirls have shifted their attention to trying to KO Blade's Valor, but so far it has proven mostly ineffectual. Wow, the dash punch almost killed from midfield. Holy dash punching. Holy Juliet page. But yeah. It looks like they were opting to try and kill Blade's Valor, and so far it's just not worked out, and looking like they've switched back to what they were originally trying to do. Spades may be going back a little bit more to try and look for the dash punch KOs, but not able to find it. Flip coming out from Boomer Guy means that this goal is going to be saved, but now it's Blade's Valor up in the face, and what do you do when there's a Dubu in front of a Vice? How do you win?
Classic roll into strike. The Dubu forward special is going to see Blade's Valor take the set now. And looking at this draft, some interesting things showing up. We have the Orb Ponder, but we also have the Unstoppable and Catalyst, which Catalyst does look like it's going to be the pickup here for Blade's Valor, which is pretty nice considering how much they've been getting hit. Orb Ponder is open. Heavy Impacts, though, is picked up by AJ Cannon, which is... It's a deny against Boomer Guy, but Boomer Guy has Stinger there already, and Heavy Impacts is kind of bait on Luna. It doesn't really do much of anything, unfortunately.
Oh my. I think... Sorry to interrupt. My bad. But,
no.
Like, I think Catgirls just got the draft of a lifetime right there.
Absolutely.
Like, yes, Blade's Valor got Catalyst, which does suck for them, but... I mean, Luna doesn't get Twin Drive or Deadeye. It doesn't matter though. Blade's Valor is just in there, throwing donuts their way with the missile prop, and already has over half an energy bar with the Catalyst. Maybe I just need to stop yapping and let Blade's Valor do all the work.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It really is coming down to kind of Blade's Valor right now, because, I mean, that's a lot of damage for Catgirls, and, I mean, they really ran away with it. I mean, Dairoth taking a lot of damage here, but... So far, both barriers still being up. Corvo from Blade's Valor blocks away by Dairoth. And now still looking for barrier. Can't find anything. Dairoth winning every interaction right now on the defense against Blade's Valor is absolutely crazy, as both barriers are still up for the side of Catgirls. Dairoth now, though, looking really, really hurt. Has to spend the last ounce of energy just to try and avoid the Crater Maker here. But now Spots has a shot, potentially, to find a goal. The offense trying to come back, but the shoot coming out from Blade's Valor does mean one barrier will finally fall for Catgirls. Sage in the midfield versus Spots and Dairoth, setting up one pillar here. Spots trying to send it up. Boomer Guy looking for the teleport, but doesn't have the angle here. Dash Punch coming in, but AJ clears it away. Now Corfoot from AJ trying to get out of here, but Dairoth still is in the midfield. Just gonna be able to block it away. Slime's coming out, and now coming to overtime. Those Slimes will be hitting hard, but the pillar sets up and it hits harder. The pillar has brought down the barrier now, and Boomer Guy goes for the KO and loses track of the core. It's Animal Style on match points.
In the time it took Vice to start charging ult and let go, the core went up to the middle, down, and demon angled into the goal before Boomer Guy could even react to the fact that that was even happening. I mean, Hotshot Juno and Monumentalist Rune means this core is just an absolute rocket in overtime. And the Spore Vice is just not fast enough and does not have the abilities to keep up with such a fast core speed. And that could spell doom here for Catgirls as game point, match point, series point is on the line for Bongoni right now.
Yeah, but both sides have open goals here, and Spots and Dairoth have the core, but Sage with the pillar, and now the Banish gets it over to Blade's Valor. AJ coming in, looking for the KO, finds it, and is able to score the setup off the soup. And that's Animal Style punching their ticket to Grand Finals to get a rematch against the Munchies. The Animal Style team kill in grand finals here. What an incredible game there from Animal Style Bongoni, bringing out the craziest comp. And looking a little shaky at first, but locking down, getting their awakenings, and even in the face of Catgirls getting really good awakenings, making it work to bring out the W.
Making it work and bringing out the legendary Dubu forward once again. Coming out here and showing up, Blade's Valor really just kind of went crazy in almost every game that happened here. Proving that as long as you can get Blade's Valor the core, they will do work, and they will make sure that that core goes into the net when necessary. So, almost a Blade's Valor sweep, but I will say AG Clan played very well in the Luna, and also looked like they were having some trouble with ping. So, ping Luna, not exactly the funnest thing to play on, and AJ Cannon made it work and made it happen. So, Bongoni, it definitely looks like a team that could take it all the way. But we'll see if they have what it takes to come up in the end as we approach Grand Finals here. But I think we're going to go quickly to a brief little intermission to kind of catch our breaths and make sure we're ready for the Grand Finals coming up shortly.
All right, we are back, about to go into grand finals of OSS Season 6 of the Animal Style Civil War. Animal Style Bongoni versus Animal Style Munchies. And, geez, this is the vengeance match from winner's side. Munchies, in a very dominant fashion, dispatched Bongoni to the loser's bracket, but now they're back to try and make them at least fight for this first place, but it's going to be a real tough battle here. Currently, Munchies is tied with whatever Animal Style team it was last season. Apparently, won OSAS finale, only dropping one set, and that is currently what Animal Style Munchies is at. They have lost one set. They are they're like 21-1 for sets or something, which is crazy. So if they manage to perfect this series, they will be tied for the record.
Yeah, and one of the things we were discussing during the break was this is kind of a battle of the brawlers, right? Mudflap, very good brawler. Blades Valor, very good brawler, and they're kind of like the linchpins for the team right now. So I think a lot of this is going to come down to which brawler gets more opportunities to score, and which brawler can make those opportunities a reality against Jackie Chance and AJ Cannon, as well as the midfield combo as well. But I'm more curious to see how each brawler handles the 1v1 and what they're able to put forward quickly. Because if a brawler can take control of a set quickly, especially the few chances they're offered to make those scores happen, I think that can be a big decider for what's going on. So we'll see how these matchups handle, as it looks like our first map is going to be Clarion with Might Start and Peak Performance. Might of the Colossus and Peak Performance. As far as I know, they're still in map picks and bans, so we won't be getting into characters too quickly. But any thoughts about the matchups here going in?
Yeah, so I mean, like we were saying, Mudflap and Blades Valor are kind of the highlight players from this match. Which I mean, we're going to be seeing. It's likely to be, a very brawler centric game, right? But you also got to think about how they're able to basically enable their brawlers, right? You have the midfield matchup as well, Mikasa versus Sage, and we were kind of thinking about it earlier that Mikasa, and we saw it earlier as well in the match the series that they literally played tonight on winner's side. Mikasa just has more of that standard midfield gene than Sage does, and is just able to, support Mudflap in a more convincing way than Sage is kind of able to support Blades Valor. I mean, when you're running Rune versus you're running like Rune supporting Asher versus Era supporting X is a night and day difference. And, when you're piloting it on, the mindset of a midfielder that's playing Era and supporting X versus a midfielder that's playing Rune, you just end up getting this kind of big midfield gap. And so there's this kind of really big advantage in the side of Munchies where they just have that. And we're actually going to see Bongoni take that Era pick away, but that just means Animal Style Munchies coming in with their draft. Dubu, now X, is the team comp here versus Asher, Atlas, Kai for the side of Bongoni. And already Munchies, it's looking like a really strong comp. You got the now X, and then Dubu should just hold it down on the big guy peak start. Like, that's really good.
Somebody's going to be a big guy, and I think a lot of that, like we were saying, brawlers are going to be looking to get big here, and with very little damage pressure coming from either side, they don't really feel obligated to pick the peak performance here. So I think an X who's able to get away with not taking stagger on the start has a better chance than an Asher does, especially because Dubu doesn't really hate fighting Asher all that much. But with both brawlers being very strong, an Asher who can get a good chunk of size on her will kind of just take over the game anyway. Being unable to be struck around, being able to use the large barrier beam to their advantage, more so than X can, say, against an Atlas, for instance, right? Because an X against an Atlas kind of has to play more midfieldy-ish because you can't stuff through an Atlas. You have to just bait his cooldowns or pass around them, which passing around is very difficult to do in most scenarios. So it tends to be the brawler right tends to move back and play more of that. Secure the core. Once the Atlas's cooldowns are done, then you can move in to try and score something. So, whereas Asher, aside from Atlas secondary, can mostly just walk up on an Atlas, and Atlas either is forced to secondary or forced to play a lot differently against an Asher than, say, an X.
Yeah, and interesting as well, we're seeing the Kai pick come out for the side of Bongoni, which I imagine is on Sage. So no Drakkar pickup. We saw it banned so much last series, but I actually opted for the Kai when the rune is what got banned away here. So I'm curious to see how this ends up going. Kai is a little bit more standard here than the rune pick, so I'm curious to see how Sage ends up piloting this, and if it does in fact end up helping out Blade's Valor more than the rune pick. But I mean, just looking at this now in the midfield that Mikasa is going to be running, it peak start, so you're already going faster, and it's just now in general. So it's going to be really tough in the midfield here, I think, for Sage. I mean, Mikasa, as we were saying, is a really good midfielder, and I've seen them play now. Now is just a really strong character, and they know how to play it. And, of course, if they win the first set, Axe is a scaling character. If Monumentalist shows up as well, suddenly things wind out of control very, very quickly for Bongoni. So it's very crucial that they take at least one or two early sets to try and prevent it from getting out of control too fast. But it's going to be a really big challenge, especially with the way we've just been seeing Munchies play all day and how we saw them win against this team earlier in the day. But we'll just have to see. Maybe Bongoni has learned from their previous encounter and has some kind of game plan, but Munchies has had time to rest. They've had time to watch the matches. So I imagine, I mean, they're coming in here with a pretty big heads up right now.
A big heads up into a match of big guys.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I will say, both teams do have a number of win conditions at their disposal, right? There's always the now win condition of does she get Manu or does she not, which basically can win the game almost by itself, especially in the hands of a really competent now player. I don't know of the now players in this game, but I would imagine that if you're picking now, you probably at least know what you're doing with her somewhat. I personally don't find her that easy of a character to play, but maybe that's because my fundamentals are bad, not chatting. But I will say the Kai coming out here against the Now also offers another win condition in the form of Chrono Boost, or even just a bunch of Dash Awakenings. Because if Kai can just become the speed demon that he's always meant to be, you don't care about a Now at that point. You just run around her, and she becomes nearly obsolete and has to stay back way more often than she would like. So, and a Kai can easily take it away from an X with a ton of speed. So I think there's not only the midfield potential to take over the game for both characters, but then there's also the win condition on both teams of which team gets the most size, which team can make their big guy a really big guy, and win the game almost purely off of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's true as well. You also do have the option, you have two characters as well on the side of Animal Style who are able to deny Manu and not feel bad about it on the Asher and the Atlas. Ideally the Atlas, right? But the Asher can take it too. So there are chances to swipe away a critical power spike from Munchies without it, inhibiting the team really at all. Like we do see often sometimes some team comps don't have anyone they can take Manu and they're up against a Now and they end up having to deny it away and it feels bad. But Bongoni don't have that problem necessarily. It will depend on how that draft pans out. But yeah, a lot of this is coming down, I think, because we were talking so much about the brawlers and how it's on them to win their 1v1s, which I looking at this, I think both of these brawlers can win their respective goalie 1v1s fairly consistently. So it's really coming down to the midfielders. And like you were saying, you have this Kai who has the ability to get the speed and get it away from the Now. But the question is, does Sage have the ability to get the core away from Mikasa? That's really what I'm interested in seeing, because while the potential is there, I have no frame of reference for Sage's Kai, but I do have a frame of reference for Mikasa's Now, and it's going to be a really big mountain, I think, for Sage to overcome. But if they are able to do it, it's going to be to great effect. So we are loading in now, though, so hopefully all of our questions will be answered shortly.
Answered shortly they shall be, but Clarion Taste Chamber first map is kind of crazy. It's not something you see all that often. I think people just finally getting tired of the old big three of Atlas, Oni, and Night Market. But with the big guy start and the orb in the center, potentially, I think if X gets the orb with just big guy and ults, he gets like 280 something power or something. It's something wild. So especially whenever we get that orb map, the Project Maelstrom map, it's going to be a big battle in the center, almost battle right style of who gets the orb, and whichever team can get the orb can likely just snowball that point almost immediately with their size and with their power. As we get into it here, Blades Valor actually opting for the Vicious Vambrace over the Slick Kicks here.
Yeah, very interesting gear choice there, but Mikasa finds the KO on Sage to start it off. Absolutely crazy. The primary right on the edge of the map, so I guess there's how the midfield battle starts off. We'll see if that is able to be reconciled in a later round, but Animal Style able to get one barrier off of that play. Blades Valor able to fire back with a barrier of their own now, but yeah, going back to that Vambrace pickup, it's definitely an odd choice. There's a lot of mobility that Blades Valor is going to be losing out on, especially if Mikasa is going to be on the defense like this. And I don't know. I don't know why that was the pick. I guess maybe they just assumed that there was going to be a lot of damage with the big guys start, but I don't see... If Mudflap is fighting Blades Valor, that means that Mudflap is not fighting AJ Cannon and, trying to score, right? So there's, I don't know. It's a weird pick, but they have both barriers now, so clearly they're finding a way to play around it.
Finding a way to play around it, and I will say that Sage has been using the barrage quite well to get it through the midfield and keep it out of the hands of Mikasa, and using the center quite well, AJ Cannon and the side of Bongoni, to try and get this point, but this point is going forever. Flip actually used to get the barrier, Flip in return to try and keep it going, but not able to keep the barrier alive, and now no Flip for the defense, as Jackie Chan's actually moving up here, way in front, and just a nice... I'm not even sure that was a pass from Jackie Chance to Mudflap, but just perfect setup into Mudflap. Nobody down in the bottom able to grab it. And first point goes to Munchies.
Yeah, and a little bit of an energy advantage here as well. Not much, but they are going to win the kickoff. Some great dribbling there from Mikasa to hold the core in place and get it over to find that barrier. And Mudflap with the X Maximus is just going to make it a double here. That's an absolutely stellar start here for Munchies, and now Mikasa dribbling on the top, dribbling on the bottom, gets it out of the barrier beam and keeps the barriers up here. Core Flip getting burnt here, but unfortunately stuck in the back. The soup a little bit bad there from Jackie Chance. Loses one barrier and the Core Flip, and the second one goes down. Is Blades Valor able to win the 1v2? Sage with the Giga Blast, though, does get it out, but now Blades Valor looking for more, finds the dash into primary. It's going to get it through Jackie Chance, as now it's Bongoni who are able to tie it up here 1-1. Start us off a little bit of a close game.
No chance of saving that. Barrier beam in your face. Barrage to your out clear. What do you even do there? I will say Mikasa has been using the very popular now dribble of dribbling into the wall, then using the primary to re-dribble to mix things up. But Blades Valor here is just winning the proper strike wars and getting the barriers where necessary. And like we said, if the brawlers can get it in their hands, then the game kind of just falls into their favor. I mean, look at that. Blades Valor just gets the core and just wins the interaction for a point. Bongoni looking very strong right now.
Yeah, Blade's Valor definitely, like we were saying, able to consistently win these interactions against Jackie Chance, and Mudflap able to win against AJ Cannon as well. But right now, it seems to be like it's actually Seiji who's so far able to keep the control in the midfield and keep Mikasa on the defense for most of the time, which is what you want to see. However, this could change pretty quickly, as now it is Munchies who have converted in this bottom side. They get one barrier of their own, and Mudflap's going to have a core flip up in just a brief moment here. And core flip burnt by Asia Cannon on the air is really not good for Bongoni, as now the offense is setting up. Mikasa in the top side. X Maximus from Mudflap finds a core flip, but Sage on the defense holds it down for now. Atlas ult coming out to find some healing and get it back to Blade's Valor now. Can't find the barrier beam. Mikasa able to fish it out, but now they got to work their way back up the field. Core flip from Mikasa. The barrage from Seiji blocks it away, though. However, it's still in this top corner. AJ will find the clear, get it down to this bottom side, but Mudflap has a shot to the barrier. Is going to be able to find it. Now it's the bell ringer, now looking for the strike war win, but AJ able to time it. Nice patience there. However, with an open goal, now going into overtime. Could be dangerous. Mikasa has the core back on their side of the field, though. So it's going to be a little bit rough as Blade's Valor has the flip up. He's going to flip through. So looking to get it through. Sage keeping it up, though. Is actually keeping it in Blade's Valor's hands very well right now. Mudflap has to come back to try and three-man it. Core flip from Jackie Chance to try and clear it out, but AJ just sends it right back in, and there's the barrier down. Core flip now from Blade's Valor. Shot to the bottom. And the core flip stun. Sage hit stun Jackie Chance with the core flip. And that's the set. Animal style Bongoni takes set one.
Honestly, Sage has just been playing really well, and maybe that's the difference of having a character that's really fast already and then getting the peak performance on top of it for the extra speed. But Sage is just in the right spots a better amount of the time than before with this faster character, and now gets to go even faster with the Orb Dancer. I'm very surprised neither midfielder picked up Among Titans on a big guy start, but we'll go ahead and skip that since nobody picked it up whatsoever. And Stinger on... Okay, Stinger went to Mudflap. I thought it went to Jackie Chance. I'm like, that is a very strange choice to have Stinger on Dubu. But prime time for Blade's Valor, who was already doing good with the primaries before. And the spec training deny for AJ Cannon, as Mudflap actually gets the dash punch for X style onto who died actually? Was it the brawler? Yeah, it was Blade's Valor. And a bulk up for Mikasa means that no more stagger scaling for the enemy team, but they do get orbs and they get prime time on their brawler. So we'll see which team can take advantage of these awakening choices as we get into the rest of this point.
Yeah, both sides now have an open goal, though, but it's Munchies with the offense. AJ with a nice strike war win here. Mikasa trying to beat out Seiji in the midfield will do so. Get it back to Mudflap, and he'll win that one. Put Munchies first on the board here in set two. And yeah, I really like this Orb Dancer pickup from Sage. No stacks on it currently, though. It's something that they're going to need to look out for, because those bursts of speed are going to be absolutely crucial. And it also did deny away from Jackie Chan, but the double kill! Mudflap and Jackie both finding the kill, and now it's just AJ in the 1v3 on Bounce House. Mudflap passed to Vika, so they're just looking to finish this point out here, and there's the ace! Mudflap finds it with the bell ringer. Oh my goodness, and that's going to put them to set point as Animal Style Munchies just reset the field.
Triple kill. The ace comes out for Mudflap there, and the double kill to start all that off was just insane. I'm honestly surprised AJ Cannon even held it as long as they were able to there, but loss of life means nobody left on the field, nobody left to defend, and an easy point for Munchies, who look poised to take this set rather convincingly. But Blade's Valor is a big guy, a big Asher in the face of Munchies there. Not able to make the score happen as we reset more to neutral now.
Yeah, and Mudflap with the X Maximus here is able to bring down that barrier, and Mikasa working their way up in the midfield, looking for Mudflap. Dribble on the top side, shot to the top, gets it through AJ Cannon. Some great play there from Mudflap. Is going to see the set go over to Munchies, as now they take theirs 3-0. Tie it up 1-1 here. Mudflap, the MVP as well, could have a prime opportunity for something nice here. We're going to see Catalyst show up. We're also going to see stacks here. And there's the Monumentalist. But yeah, there's the Catalyst. Oh, wow. Rampage is there as well. Yeah, that's a tough choice. But I like the Catalyst here, I think. Monuo on the Atlas makes total sense. It has to be denied, but it does mean Stacks goes over to the Now, which is still a really, really good pickup for more speed. Reverb on the Kai starts a little bit of stagger scaling there. Extra special on Jackie Chance is pretty big. And the Rampage falls all the way down.
How did Rampage get all the way down? What? Who cares if Atlas has Catalyst? Just take the Rampage. Oh my god.
I don't know. That was like, that draft had like every like really, really strong awakening in it at once. I think it was really Mudflap having to pick between the Catalyst and the Rampage there. I think that was like the only real like decision that had to be made, and everything else was just like natural, right? So we'll see if it pays out or not, but Blades Valor, should these sets go on long, Blades Valor could get pretty big and pretty powerful, and it could end up being a bit of a dead Dubu moment if left unattended. This being said, Mudflap has a core flip up already off of that Catalyst.
Yeah, but Sage isn't that far behind with the midfield power that they've been able to do, and with these orbs already having a flip, not too far behind the Catalyst user. Although the Catalyst user is a brawler, so they aren't really known for extremely high energy gain unless they get some KOs. But speaking of KOs, Sage being chased across the map, Mudflap gets the KO with the X Maximus, the perfect pass right between the defense from Mikasa right into Mudflap's hands, who hits it just past AJ Cannon. No cooldowns. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yeah, keeping it pretty close game so far, but energy is in the advantage of Munchies right now, and they start us off with a barrier here. Blades Valor looking for one of their own, but Jackie Chance and Mikasa able to hold it down. The Soup coming out for some insurance, and now it's back into the hands of Mudflap. Jackie Chance able to steal the orb away from Blades Valor, and now that is Big Dubu. The core flip getting burnt, getting it back over to Mudflap, who finds a second barrier now with a core flip of his own. AJ forced to burn their core flip there, as they get one barrier off of it. Barrage coming out from Sage, looking for more. Blades Valor has one, but not going to burn in. There's Mudflap with the X Maximus, finds the core flip, and that's the KO. There's a power play. Mikasa going into the bottom side, bull rush from Mudflap, able to find it. Perfect setup from Mikasa, and a great read from Mudflap. Knew exactly where that was going to go, and that brings Munchies to set point.
using the power gained from the X Maximus, Mudflap was able to find that KO with the punch into flip. I'm not sure that would have KO'd without the extra power from the X Maximus and the big guy combo, but the kill alone was enough to get that point going, and here we are on Bounce House. Mudflap is kind of just giving all the opportunities right now, as they can't seem to get it into the hands of Blade Valor for long enough, and it's just the Mudflap show. He just took over the whole point.
The Mudflap show indeed. It's a Mudflap sweep right now, as another MVP earned right here. At the end of the draft, Quick Strikes on the board, and that's just going to be the pickup. Quick Strikes Catalyst X is here to bring us into set 4. But there's the Chrono Boost and the Aerials, so we do get to see some speed here on Kai. However, it's likely Mikasa is going to pick up one of the other speed ones, or Siege Machine. Actually going for the heavy impacts here, which is pretty good on Now. Siege Machine falling over to the Atlas. More projectile range is always quite nice. And size on Jackie Chance here to deny it away from Blades Valor, just leaving the cast to last pickup. So overall, a really nice draft here from the side of Munchies. Bongoni got some nice things too, but Munchies came off of that with Quick Strikes, Catalyst X, Heavy Impacts Now, and Jackie Chance just denying more size from Blades Valor, and they're already winning, so, I mean, Mikasa's level 9 right now, and Mudflap's level 8. Blades Valor just hit level 6. Like, the interactions, they have not been letting this Azure get interactions at all. Like, it's like we were talking about at the beginning with Mikasa just able to keep it in Mudflap's hands for the majority of the match.
One of the advantages Sage had was having a fast character against Now, who is a fast character, but not quite as fast in the early game until she scales. But now that Mikasa has the stacks, Mikasa can basically outspeed Sage almost at will. Sage being forced to use the secondary to even compete with Mikasa's speed. And with that, Mikasa's able just to keep it forward way more than Sage is able to. Despite these barriers going down, it's kind of been just Mikasa going crazy in the midfield and keeping it out of the hands of Blades Valor, as we see the flip come out here. And no barriers up means anyone's point could happen, but sacks are online for Mikasa, and it's only a matter of time, it feels like.
Flop dribbling in this bottom side here. Nice clear there from AJ Cannon, but Sage pass now to Blade's Valor, looking for this top side. Mikasa able to get it out. There's the soup, and it's back to Mudflap now. Sage working it down to the bottom side here, has the core flip, burns it here, bounces it up to Blade's Valor. Jackie thought it was going to the top side, but Sage dribbled it off the wall, and Blade's Valor was able to win that strike war against Mikasa. A really great play there to see Bongoni put themselves on the board first, but now it's going to be Mudflap who's got the core flip going into this set, and this could get out of control very quickly here as they've already won the kickoff. They're looking for their first barrier here. They find one. Jackie puts the soup up in midfield. There's so much leeway here for Munchies to work with. Blade's Valor is winning a few, and Sage is pushing up with this barrage here. But now it's back to Mudflap, and there's 2 core flips up on these forwards. However, a whiff core flip, but the barrier's going to go down regardless, and now Mikasa with the flip. It gets blocked away, but the goal is open as Munchies look to find a point of their own. AJ having to flip it to get it out of there, but it's still under a lot of pressure. Mikasa able to find the shot past the extra projection. And there we go. Munchies, once again, just firing back with another point of their own.
Yeah, AJ Cannon just not quite fast enough on that primary, and Mikasa's able just to see the reaction and grab that point with a clear right to her. But now we're on the bounce house, and it's a little difficult to get an offense going here until you get into the right corner. And with both teams kind of all over the place right now, going to be difficult to set up an offense. Blade's Valor coming in, getting the first barrier, but not able to get the second as we reset once again.
Yeah, and I mean, now Blade's Valor has this core flip up. Oh, but an unfortunate bounce there. Sees the barrier go down. A flip from Blade's Valor off the top bumper. Sees it bounce down past Jackie into the bottom side. Now Animal Style, Bongoni, other ones who have brought it to set point here. A bit of a volatile map variant there, was able to find them the point, but now with the big orb, it could come down. If Mudflap is able to secure this, it could just be another Munchies point here, but the Brawler's fighting over it as one barrier falls down, and it's Blade's Valor who winds up getting big here, but the energy is in the side of Munchies, and a core flip burnt right there from Mikasa is blocked away, but it does start the offense here from Munchies. However, great defense here from Sage, and AJ Cannon able to outpace Mudflap, get it out of there once. However, Mudflap able to regain control, find the core flip, and get one barrier here. Now it's back to Blade's Valor, though, against Mikasa. The Master Protection trying to send it in. However, Mudflap with the X Maximus able to get it out on this bottom side, and now it's back to the midfield. Mikasa trying to get it through, back over to Mudflap here. Sets up the primary. Core flip from AJ, core flip from Jackie Chance in response, and now Sage pushing up. Doesn't find much of anything. Giga Blast to try and keep control. Mikasa pass up, and now Mudflap hit the orb. Mudflap is huge. The bell ringer's big, but it sends it backwards, unfortunately. That's just more time. Bull Rush coming in. Flip coming out. Goes for the KO, but nothing. Not enough damage there from Mudflap. And so far, AJ holding it down. However, an unfortunate bounce does see Mongoni's barrier go down. We enter overtime. Jackie in the midfield trying to keep it up here. Mikasa as well on the bottom side, but Sage with the barrage forcing it through. Blade's Valor forces out Mikasa's core flip, but it gets back to Mudflap, and Mudflap finds a shot right into the bottom side. A great read as Munchies now bring it to set point.
What an insane angle to find. I'm not even I don't know if they found that, but if they did, that was the craziest dimer in a long time, I'd have to say. And unfortunately, right now, Blade's Valor is just kind of getting nowed. Right now, has probably the most interrupts in the game for what feels like free, as Mudflap with the flip, denied by the Dorito, but not quite able to get it out as the core is just staying on the side of Bongoni. They're having so much trouble getting it past this super speedy now, and this X with so much power. Look at that. That's a dead Blade's Valor.
Yeah, there's the soup from Jackie, and now, I mean, now it's really just the power play. Sage with the core flip stalls it all the way out just to buy time in the midfield, with the core getting back to Mikasa. Blade's Valor able to respawn just in the nick of time, but it is stuck in this corner right now, right where Munchies want it to be. Jackie rolling up. It's a risky play, and the barrage from Sage punishes it to bring down the barrier. Now both sides open, though. Mikasa versus Sage. Mikasa wins the strike war. Core flip here from AJ, looking for somewhere to send it, trying to get it up to Blade's Valor, but Blade's Valor is taking a lot of damage, and Mudflap is coming back now as well to go into overtime. Sage versus Mikasa once again. Mikasa able to get it through, but AJ able to find a clear here. Just looking for whoever can get it over to their brawler first can probably win. Core flip from Mikasa is able to do it. Mudflap gets stunned, but it doesn't matter because the shot is good. And that's game one going over to Animal Style Munchies.
That score on the back of Mudflap just punching AJ Cannon out of the way and blocking the Expanse from getting max size means that the core has plenty of space to work with on the lower side, and AJ's just not able to get there. And unfortunately, Sage moving forward against the core flip means they have less time to play off of wherever Mikasa decides to strike the core. And unfortunately, it cost them the point and thus the game. So first game over to Animal Style Munchies, or sorry, just Animal Munchies, I should say. And it was looking really good for Bongoni for a little bit, but then Mikasa just got so much speed from the stacks. Mudflap got the Brawler's dream of Catalyst quick strikes and just went to town between the two of them and never allowed Bladeslower to play the game. I mean, look at the redirects. 289 from Mikasa, and next highest in the game is 176. So 113 more redirects than the next highest. Now does a little bit of redirecting, I think.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were expecting going into this, but Animal Style Bongoni made it a lot closer, I think, than we initially anticipated. Certainly a lot closer than Winner's Side. They got a set, and they almost got a second set there at the end, but by then the scaling on Mikasa had gotten very out of control, and the now was just too much to handle. But Munchies show that they have weaknesses. They can be scored on if Bongoni are able to find the right conditions. However, just it's finding those conditions that is the rarity, right? It's if you can find when Jackie messes up, and Blade's Valor does, that's how they're able to keep it close. Blade's Valor can beat Jackie. The problem is Mikasa is right there, and it becomes a 2v1, which is significantly harder. And then if it ever does get out, Mikasa and Mudflap together just have really nice synergy and wreak absolute havoc on Bongoni's side of the field every time they're really allowed to. So it's this really tough situation of, you know, you gain one step, but then you're getting punished so hard when the core inevitably bounces back to your side of the field. And now going into game 2, rapid fire, peak performance start on Oni Village. It is looking like an absolute speedster of a game, core control moment. So we're probably not going to see the X, but I mean, it's gonna. This is a map where it comes down to single interactions a lot of the time, and it's really a midfielder's map. So it's just, I think, even more of a spotlight right now getting shined on Sage and Mikasa to see who's really able to enable their brawler to win. That's what the name of the game's been so far. That's what it's probably going to be once again.
Unfortunately, the midfielders' favorites and least favorite maps are Oni Village, Night Market, and Aten City, and kind of Inkies in a way, because it's there where you get exposed. They really just turn into, does the midfield match up or does it not? And on Oni Village especially, if the midfield is not there, then it just makes the game feel nigh unwinnable, even if there is still winning chances. So it's going to be very much on the back of the Mikasa Sage matchup, and not only what characters they bring to the table, but how well they're able to play this map that plays a little differently than most other maps. Simply because of the extra core speed, but also because of how goalies tend to hold these corner barriers. Will the passing plays come out? Will they opt to try and just force through? What will happen? And with the Estelle first pick coming out here with a Rune and Zentaro, so I'm guessing Estelle goalie? Oh my. I don't know who red team is, but I think they just won draft.
Yeah, it looks really like Munchies. Hard. I think Munchies is red team. Wait, Zentaro goalie lore potentially?
That would go incredibly hard, but I feel like Asher just completely obliterates all Zentaro goalie's tricks.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Zentaro goalie might be better than Estelle goalie just because you get the Estelle midfield, like unironically. Like, this is the weirdest comp of all time. But like you get the Estelle first pick is absolutely huge on a rapid fire start on Oni Village. It's absolutely crazy. But then you round it off with Rune and Zentaro, which just makes it look really, really weird. However, if Bongoni do manage to pull this off, it will probably be legendary. I mean, this is a very standard comp, it looks like, from the side of Munchies, now Asher, Mako. It's entirely what we expect from them and what we know that they will win with a comp like this, right? But this is something really odd that they're facing, so we'll just see if they're able to play around it or if the psychic damage is maybe enough. Like, there's just going to be some odd things happening in this match, and Bongoni are either going to find a way to miraculously win it, and it's going to be amazing, or they're just going to get swept, and it's going to be, well, shouldn't have drafted that. So I guess we'll find out, though.
Well, Munchies better hope they're not a fighting poison type and ×4 weak to psychic, because this is a team of all time, and I know Ajakan is pretty well known as the Zentaro goalie player, so to pull it out here in Game 2 of Grand Finals of OSAT 6 is a crazy choice. But I will say, if there's one way to beat Mako, it's to just not let her play the game that she wants to play by passing around her, and Rune and Estelle can do that. And weirdly, I've thought up this weird Rune pipe dream a while back where, like, you use Rune pillars to, like, 90-degree angle pass to your forward, as opposed to, like, just a straight line. Hopefully that makes sense in your mind's eye. So I think if they're able to use that to their advantage with the Estelle primary, they can make this work. But that's a lot of cooldowns to make one score happen. So we'll see if they can make it work, but who needs that when you can just simply strike the core forward? Striking, apparently, pretty strong ability.
Yeah, Jackie a little bit too far up, though, and it is Munchies who are going to start us off with the point, though, but this is something I think we're gonna have to see here is Jackie going to be a good goalie and just sit on that barrier like a nice little Mako, just sit there and do nothing and hit core when it approaches? Or are they going to attempt to, like, walk up and do stuff? Because I think if Jackie walks up too much, I think that's where Bongoni finds their punishes with their comp. You have the Estelle, you have the Rune, you can do a lot of, like, global kind of stuff, which is really nice to have on this map. And it's going to be those, like, tiny little things that are going to be kind of Bongoni's ticket to win here. Because, I mean, with the Zentaro goalie, like, you got an Asher in your face. If you don't have, like, the way to get it out, like, the nice, like, the nice straight, like, clear for your dash, it's going to be really, really tough. And already we're seeing the barriers go down, and a nice shot from Mudflap there to round it off. Sees Munchies already bring it to set point.
I will say Zentaro has a surprising amount of tools in his kit to prevent a core getting past him, but they have now Asher. Like, two of the most wall characters in the forward position against a goalie that just simply does not have enough tools to deal with that. And I feel like AJ Cannon, despite being a very good Zen goalie, might get just run over by the pure wall that is these two characters as the flip comes out. But the pillar deny, and resetting back to neutral here. Oh man, I don't even know what to say.
I mean, this is Oni Village. It's going to be stuck in that kind of... You have these double barriers on the bottom side. Both goalies are wanting to clear to the top because that's where it's safe. So until someone makes, like, a big risk, or in that case, a big play from Blade's Valor, that's when the barrier is eventually going to go down. Mudflap, though, able to fire back with a casual barrier here of his own. Munchie's on the defense a little bit. Mikasa looking for a way to get it past here. Gets it over to Mudflap. AJ able to dash to the top side, though, and clear it out once again here. As we resort back to the midfielding moment here. The passing plays coming out as we go into overtime, though, so a little bit more core speed for some of these players to work with. AJ able to send it right back in here, but Mikasa, of course, getting right back up. Pass splitter here from Mudflap. Forces out the core flip from AJ. Actually, he's able to get it through the barrier beam there, stalled it out, and then found the Zentaro passive to get it through. But now the pressure is really on. Munchies are applying it, and Mikasa has a core flip up. The rune pillar coming out. Jackie able to block it. Mikasa with a flip, gets it over to Mudflap. Zandal from AJ. Actually saves it away, though. And now it's Sage receiving the pass, looking for the pillar, finds the setup in the bottom side. There's the shot. That's going to put Bongoni onto the board here, but they got a lot of work left to do to take back this set.
an incredibly timed, I forgot the name of Zentaro's ult, but Zentaro ult there catches Mudflap off guard with the strike, and then isn't able to get the second strike fast enough, so the ult hits it away and out of the play. Normally Zentaro goalies using ult probably just means it's going to get scored on anyway because of how long it holds the core still, but able to save it there, and now both barriers for Blades Valor and Sage, but unfortunately the primary actually griefing the clear there for Mudflap to just get the free barrier, and now both goals open for both teams.
I mean, so far they're making it work relatively well. AJ saves it away with the flip, but back to Mudflap here. Another nice save here from AJ, but the pressure is really starting to come out. Jackie sending it back in once again. Mikasa putting it in this corner now. Sage going back on the defense, and some nice shots there from AJ. Do see get back over to Munchie's side of the field, at least for a moment. Blades Valor looking to bring in this corner, finds the blink, can't quite line up the piercing shot though. Now AJ dashing up. Mudflap has the flip and passes it. Goal Mudflap is right there. No! Oh, a misplay from AJ. Sees it sent right to Mudflap, and that's the set going over to Munchies.
So Bongoni have the ability to just kind of hit the core into empty space, and they have two characters with enough range. As long as they have the cooldown up, they can just hit the core into the goal. Like, with the empty space there, there's nobody there to stop it, and there's no strike shot on Jackie Chance, unless Jackie Chance is charging a primary, which you probably don't want to do against this team. But they're just not able to find those chances, and instead are trying to smash it through a Mako without any ability to really do that aside from Estelle Beam. And it's just simply not working right now. But Stax does get to AJ Cannon, which means Zentaro doesn't need to use as many abilities to keep the core away from the barriers here. We'll see how each team can use this, but Mudflap getting prime time and Mikasa getting the team player is not looking too hot for Bongoni right now.
A lot more core speed on a map where the core already going quite fast is going to be really nice for getting this core back over to them Mudflap here. But a nice piercing shot there from Blades Valor to see Bongoni start us off with the first score. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of tough here. Sage with the extra special could put in a fair bit of work with that banish. Banish Jackie, banish Mikasa, right, to find the scores here. Actually opting to use it defensively here against Mudflap, and the Rune Pillar is nice for dealing with the Asher, but I don't think it's something that they can rely on like too consistently, especially now Mudflap has prime time. The ability to constantly just apply pressure is going to be way too much here, as we see the barrier go down, and a nice strike war here in the 1v2 from Mudflap to tie it up once again. It's just going to be really rough for Bongoni. It's really just relying on, like we've been seeing, the few openings that they do get, able to snipe it, being able to snipe it away, and like you said, putting it in the open space where they have the advantage. But should this core ever get to Mudflap, Mikasa just keeps it right in Mudflap's hands, and this happens. Both barriers fall, and they just keep the offense going.
Mikasa is just finding some crazy dribbles, utilizing the Now kit to really its utmost potential, and also the team player just finding these passes. She's found some crazy passes to Mudflap. Like right there, look at that. AJ had to use flip or maybe even primary, and all of that was off the back of Mikasa finding the pure pass right down the middle.
Yeah, and I mean, it's that passing game it's really what Animal Munchies is relying on. It's the story we've been saying. It's the goalie versus the brawler here, but Mudflap gonna burn the flip for the KO to start the power play for the side of Munchies, and Mikasa totally shutting down AJ's core flip and finding a barrier off of it as well, with just popping the drone on the secondary here. So absolutely big pickups for Munchies. Whiffing the core flip there is not great, but Mudflap will find the barrier regardless and gets KO on AJ to boot. And now another power play here as Mikasa shot to the top, sets up a primary, and is just able to sink it right in, as another set now falls over to Animal Munchies, 3-1. It is not looking good for Bongoni. They may have lost at character select, I'll be honest.
That's possible. And with Quick Strike up now, I mean, Estelle gets Catalyst maybe, but who cares if Estelle has Catalyst? You have a Quick Strike now. You have an Asher who's going to get Rampage or Might, or even maybe Reptile, I don't know, to scale speed. Gets Catalyst anyway, because why not? But Twin Drive on the eject button, Zentaro could help become a difference maker for this team, because one of the things that Zentaro goalie does have is the ability to jump in like that Aimee, like that Juno eject button goalies that can jump in and make plays just like that, but not able to find anything off that play. Team not quite forward enough, a little too scared of this Asher Now combination, playing back very much so, and just not able to really find an offense because they give so much space. Mikasa's able just to do this, and she has quick strikes now.
Look at that. So
Like,
much
look at
dribbling.
Look at her energy bar.
Yeah,
already got
that's huge value. Unfortunately, the flip does get wasted, though, as we see both barriers fall down here. But Bongoni have managed to get a few fringe points here, so it's not anything that Munchies are too worried about at this moment. Banish comes out on a mud flap, but Mikasa just controlling the core that whole time, not even letting Blaze Valor touch it. AJ has to burn the flip away here. Sage in the bottom. AJ pushed up here as well, but it's not going to be enough. The defense so far holding. Blaze Valor dribbling up from the top side, and Snare Drums coming out, though, from Jackie, just going to shut that down entirely. And now it's back to Mikasa once again, trying to get it over to Mudflap, who has a flip up. However, the play here from Sage and Blaze Valor does see the pillar into blink combo. Put them on the board first once again, but that's been the pattern. Bongoni pick up a point, and then Munchies just sweep the set anyway.
I mean, yeah, Bongoni finds the points here and there, but I would argue a lot of it is just off of a few mistakes that are just happen to be capitalized on for the most part. Flip actually being used there from Jackie Chance to prevent the double barrier. But it's really kind of the Mikasa show right now, as she has the quick strike on Oni Village. She has the 3Gs, she has the Wi-Fis, and she can make this work, but that's 2 whip flips now with the quick strikes. Gotta tailor up those not Nassel flips to be not Nassel flips. Ooh, great save there from Jackie Chance.
Yeah, both sides open now, though. There is some energy on the side that Bongoni has to work with here, but they need to be careful to not mess this up. Core flip here from Sage. Core flip whiff from Blaze Valor, though. Some nice defense there from Jackie. Does see it cleared out, but they're going to have another opportunity potentially. Mikasa able to send it up to Mudflap here. The Banish coming out in the midfield. Gets it back to Sage, but Mikasa just wins an interaction. Gets it back over to Mudflap once again. Can't quite find the barrier beam, though. Core moving a little bit too fast here. The pressure once again now here from Munchies. Mudflap in the bottom side. AJ clears it once, clears it twice here, but Mikasa still on this top side. He's able to get around Blaze Valor, a nice little demon angle there, and sink it right in, and now Munchies have tied it up once again.
We've been talking about Mikasa, but Jackie Chance got Chrono Boost on Now, and now the entire team, or sorry, not Now, Mako. The entire team, every time Jackie Chance hits that secondary, look how fast Mikasa is hitting her own secondary and getting the, wow, why do I forget the name of Mako secondary? Either way, KO comes out onto the goalie, AJ Cannon. Losing the stacks is actually huge for the Zentaro goalie, but they're able to stall. Mikasa going for the dribble, despite having the power play. Blaze Valor getting the 1v1 against Jackie Chance. This is looking like it might be Bongoni's point.
Yeah, AJ pushed up now with the Zen ult, applying a lot of pressure here. Yeah, and Blaze Valor able to sink it right in. Bongoni have brought it now to set point. They have a glimmer of hope here. A small little glimmer. If they can get one more and drag this out a little bit longer, maybe get some good awakenings, they might be able to bring it back. But, I mean, Munchies, they're looking cool, they're looking collected, they're doing what works. But Blaze Valor, a great play there. Almost sees the goal go right through the goal gates as both barriers are down. It gets away from Jackie Chance. Blaze Valor finds the piercing shot to secure it. And that's Animal Style Bongoni actually taking a set here. Blaze Valor the MVP. And making it look like a contest. But Monumentalist has shown up on the board. And it has to be denied by the Estelle. Oh, no.
Lowest of keys, I think Hotshot's the pick here. But what can you do when Monumentalist and Now exist in the same game? You must separate them.
Yeah.
What a draft.
Really
what
rough.
a draft, unfortunate. Because now they get Hotshot Now. They get Heavy Impact Mako. What do you do? Even the Asher got size. And poor Rune is just left with Missile Propulsion, or Stinger, or Deadeye. Oh,
Yeah.
such an unfortunate draft.
Munchies got basically everything they wanted, and Bongoni got effectively nothing, really. A Missile Prop Rune is kind of cheeky, but it's not going to be enough to change what Animal Style Munchies is about to do here. And yeah, there's a 12-second goal to start us off. Munchies just sink it right in. So I mean, Bongoni have prevented the set win-loss record from being tied by taking that set. So they have something to walk away from this but it's looking very far out of their reach at this point.
Very far out of reach indeed. And unfortunately, the core is just out of reach of their entire team as it just goes right back into the hands of Mikasa over and over and over again. I mean, who needs to score as a brawler? Not that Blade's Valor doesn't score. When you're just given the core 700,000 times from a Now who's just basically unstoppable at this point.
Mudflap taking a bit of damage here, but there's still a barrier to work with. AJ pushing up into this midfield to try and get something going, but Mikasa just able to recover it and get it back down into no man's land at this point here. Mikasa and Jackie trying to hold here. The Pillars and Blade's Valor are both looking for some kind of opening, but just can't seem to find it. Mikasa able to dribble it out of there and get it back up in this top corner. Snare Drums coming out here from Jackie as well. The pass splitter from Mudflap doesn't even need the core flip. The barrier beam is going to be enough to walk it in. And once the pressure gets on in that corner, it is all over. And this is 3 core flips up now for the side of Animal Munchies as they go in to the final point that they need to win all of OSAS Season 6 right here.
We all love Taiko, and unfortunately Taiko was brought to Oni Village as that very last hit of Ensnare Drums gets that point, and it's looking nigh inevitable right now for Munchies. But Bongoni may be able to find something. AJ Cannon able to flip it out, get it away, get a barrier, but they lose their last barrier, and now their last hopes are on the backs of 3 points that they have to score without letting a single point go in. And against this Asher, against this Now, it's looking very dire.
Yeah, so far the barrier is holding. Jackie trying to just get it back over to Mudflap so they can secure this and go home here. So far the defenses from Bongoni holding over Mudflap, pushing up. Mikasa dropping the primary. It's in the top corner now. Mudflap looking for the strike, but Sage able to hold it down. Mudflap in this bottom side, showing some abilities here, and it's the primary. Jackie Chance actually lands the shot, and there it is. Animal Style Munchies are your OSAS Season 6 champions, taking it all the way 2-0 in the grand finale. They have done it. They have won the Animal Style Civil War and the title.
And now this is 2 Animal Style teams in a row winning OSAS. Very convincingly, too. Jackie Chance, Mudflap, Mikasa looking like next up. I hope that they decide to go for liftoff with a similar team, especially after some improvement that they'll be able to make over the next, what is it, 5 more weeks of the season? Maybe even longer, honestly. I forgot how long Nassel seasons are. But yeah, I mean, they tried their best. AJ Cannon, I know, is actually a pretty good Zentaro goalie, but unfortunately the weaknesses of the character started to really show their face once Mikasa was able just to keep the core forward. Because a lot of Zentaro goalie's tricks are he has just a lot of hitboxes to keep the core away from some characters. But when you have enough hitboxes in return, in Now being hitbox queen and barrier beam having like 70,000 hitboxes for the 1 second that it's out, the simple tricks that Zentaro is able to do just simply don't work. And unfortunately, it was really Mikasa's game to lose. Despite our yapping about the brawlers, Mikasa having yet another game being 110 redirects higher than the next highest redirects in the game. So ultimately, it just turned into the Mikasa show, and she showed up and won the game. Not to discredit her teammates, of course. They did quite well. But in my eyes, it was the Mikasa show all the way.
Yeah, definitely looking really good all around. But it seems like we're going to be getting a winner's interview here in just a bit. So,
Hi.
Yeah, looks like they're here. Hello.
They have arrived.
How? Dang, okay. So, yeah, I mean, how are you guys feeling? I guess you just won, fresh off of the OSAS win. What's the initial reaction?
I'm taking a 1 week break.
Oh yeah.
I'm something.
I mean,
That was
Thursday.
the Mikasa fucking cheerleader duo. I mean, what could I say? That was insane.
That was a team effort.
No, ain't no way.
Cat.
I mean, yeah, you guys look really good out there playing as a team together. I mean, I've seen you guys play before. I've played against you guys, so I know a lot of the lore and whatnot. But I mean, going into that game 2, after you guys won against Bongoni earlier in the bracket. Obviously, it was very decisive. You looked really, really good. Bongoni came back in game 2 and gave you guys a little bit more trouble, I think, than you may have initially anticipated. You still won, but going into game 2, you saw that crazy comp get pulled out. Were you at all like concerned, or did you just know that like old reliable that you guys had was gonna pay off?
Wasn't too concerned. It's like, not gonna lie, we weren't playing optimally, and it's hard to find that motivation to play when, like, I was just happy Chikara wasn't in the grand final.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. Biggest Chikara hater of all time
It's like,
here.
we're just here to give the fans a show. It's another Civil War out there. You guys already saw it in round 1. I mean, we already knew the result, but, you know, had to make it interesting.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
Holy yep.
I mean,
Yeah. Napster, you have any questions?
I didn't actually think about a question like a very smart interview person that I am. I will say, we talked a lot about the brawler matchup leading into this game. How did you feel the matchups on the brawlers would have worked out? Did you think it was going to work out in your favor, or did you think Blades Valor was going to try and do their typical 1v3 against you? Did you have a game plan against Blades Valor specifically? Because they seem to be the linchpin for Bongoni. So I'm curious if you had any ideas or strategies going into that particular matchup.
We expected Dubu forward, and it just kind of never happened. I know we played around it in the Taiko in our first set in winners finals or whatever. But yeah, it just never really came out, and we were expecting it a lot. Like, especially on the night market game, we thought it was going to happen for sure.
we kind of picked Bandit, to be fair.
Yeah.
We didn't let it happen.
We didn't let it happen afterwards, but like in the winners finals, we thought it was going to happen.
We banded first game, they banded second game, I'm pretty sure. Or we picked it, and then...
Yeah, we picked it second, but night market. You know, Siege Machine start.
Yeah.
Wasn't that like Deadeye Siege Machine? Yeah, that's what that was.
Huh.
Let's chill out.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I guess
yeah,
a follow-up...
first game.
Oh, my bad. I guess a follow-up question to that is, in game 2, were you did you pick the Asher in an attempt to deny Blades Valor's forward options there with the Dubu ban into the Asher pick?
No, I just picked Asher because I wanted to fucking play Asher. I was forced on X the whole top 4. I was just like, dude, I'm sick of this character. I want to play Asher.
The real thing is, they've been picking Asher to deny Mudflap since his Asher's just better.
It didn't look like it that game. I mean, because Oni Village moment, and I'm playing like a donkey, but it's okay.
It's all chills.
It's okay.
That comp was kind of scuffed.
Yeah,
It didn't matter. I mean, their comp was way more scuffed. It didn't matter.
Hey, give us some trouble. I mean, it's a Stealth Rune.
I know. I mean,
Yeah,
they really pulled up with that.
It's a mini game in itself trying to clear against that.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I mean, that I think that comp was almost the highlight of the night. But you guys just tied. Oh wait, no, it was 3-1 both times. So
yeah,
you lost 3 sets. You didn't quite tie Ball and Ballers second place, but yeah, you did set a very convincing third place record with the set wins and losses. I guess the last question is, were you trying to go for the perfect sweep, or was that like not really like a big concern? You just wanted to win regardless?
Both. Okay.
It was like our first matchup in like winners finals or whatever we were going for. But as soon as we lost the set, we just didn't care anymore about it because it was already done.
Understandable. All right. Well,
Nope.
do you guys have anyone that you guys want to shout out? Now you have the opportunity. You're the
All
winners.
the coaches we had, the fucking
For
box
real.
card, hamster quest, good old hamster quest in there, like tempo melon. I've been getting some evil Drew danger.
Shout out to Animal Styles for letting us play for them as well.
Oh yeah.
And the scrims as well. Especially Boxcard. He's the GOAT.
Shout out to Scandals for being a dirty dubu. He's like our
No,
mascot.
fuck no, that dirt dude, no. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, see us in Nasty next season though.
Hello?
We'll be there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That would be epic. Well, that is all we have for you guys tonight. The OSAS Season 6 has concluded. Our grand champions have been crowned, Animal Style Munchies. Yeah, congratulations to all the teams, and as well as the second place and third place teams as well. Bongoni and Chikara Cat Girls, who also played really well tonight. But yeah, that is the end of our season. So I guess be prepared for Season 7. Come with your A game, because if this pattern of dominance continues from Ballers to Animal Style to Munchies now, it seems like the finale winners are not just winners, they absolutely dominate the season. So if you're looking to win next season, you better put your war paint on, because this is the new standard, it seems. But anything else to say, Nubsta?
You're definitely right on the money. The standard of OSAS has climbed significantly since I've played in Season 2. Not to say that us players in Season 2 were bad necessarily, but when we were in OSAS, we were not at the level the current OSAS players are. So it's really cool to see the effects of the coaching that's been happening in the background to make these players be as good as they are and raise the kind of middle bar of the playing field even higher as we keep going forward. But I have no further comments, Your Honor. I rest my case.
Well, yeah, that's all from us tonight. Thank you everybody for watching, and we'll see you next season.
Bye.
Hey,
Second chance, man.
Woo.